Please don't. Dr. Mack, can you hear us? All right, I just sent you an email for one of ours this morning that was not in your packet. So the scan. So Dr. Krause.
Good morning. Welcome to the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy meeting. It is 10:19. Let's see, Dr. Mack. Let the record show that all board members are present except for Dr. Mitchell at this time.
If you want to kick off under tab number 1, we have help people via Zoom with us that have previously appeared before the board of Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group. Okay, if it's so please you, I will kick it over to Turner James to tell us who's up first.
Please do. Good morning, Turner.
Morning, Dr. Krause. Morning, board. We've got 2 pharmacists coming before y'all today for advocacy to work full time. It's a pleasure to be bringing these 2 because they've come a long way. They've done everything that has been asked of them and are doing great. The first one we'll do is Ben McMurray. He got approved back in August by the executive committee to work full time. He hasn't had any missed check-ins. He's had 5 tests, 5 negative. It's been a pleasure to work with Ben and see him grow. So I'll turn it over to Ben to let him tell y'all a little bit about what he's been doing.
Ben.
Yeah, good morning. So yeah, as of was it late June is whenever I headed back to the pharmacy world, 20 hours and then approved for 32. Just been doing that. I mean, just working and looking forward to this meeting to where I could possibly get back my full earning potential. So
let me give you a little background on Ben. When he got back from treatment, we often ask the pharmacist to take a job or get a job. And Ben got a job as a truck driver and was a truck driver close to a year, weren't you, Ben?
13 months.
Yep, 13 months. Would drive a truck, unload it, load it, and did the deal and waited patiently, and has really done a good job.
Thank you. Yeah, that truck driving, I give that credit to where I'm at now. A lot of time on the road alone, a lot of time to think about your life and grow as a person, really. So I really enjoyed it. I'm happy I did it, and I feel like that is the reason why I am where I am today. So it definitely helped out my character as a person. So
Yes, please.
Where are you working? What type of pharmacy work are you doing at this time?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What type of work are you doing at this time?
Retail.
Okay. And what type of setting? Is it high stress, low stress?
I'm having a difficult time hearing you.
I think Dr. Newsom was asking you for the setting, high stress, low stress. You're still at Anderson's, aren't you?
Still at Anderson's, yeah, top level stress.
So it's a busy store, but as I recall, it's pretty well staffed.
Yes, yeah, we do, anywhere between 6 and 750 a day. But it is, yes, we do have a large staff to help.
And what's the hours you're currently at?
32.
32.
Hey, and you're returning to the same pharmacy you were working at before, aren't you, Ben?
Correct.
Which is a story in itself, it's a great story.
Yeah, it was shocking to me when she called me and told me that she wanted me to come back. But I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
What were the reasons for the no-shows for the 5 tests that weren't done?
The no-shows where I was in the middle of nowhere unloading a truck, and I was trying to get to an actual facility. One, that's very difficult to do whenever I have deadlines to meet with the unloading of the merchandise I was doing. And then also there was a couple times where there was no place to park an 18-wheeler in order to make it to a facility to test.
And let me back this up by he touched base with me, and then I touched base with the executive committee. We've got one executive committee person that actually drove a truck during their time away from pharmacy and understood everything, but Ben was in constant contact with us and would test the very next day.
And Turner had actually told me about this a couple times that, you know, it was an unusual issue. If you've got a 40 or 53-foot box behind a rig, that how many times, Ben, I know several times he would have to park his truck and walk an appreciable distance to wherever the facility was trying to get it. So I know Turner shared with me multiple times how impressed he was with the above and beyond efforts that Ben had made in order to test.
If he could park within a mile of the testing facility, he would park his rig and walk.
Ben, are you on a 5-year contract?
Yes, sir.
And even with the 5-year contracts, we have the language that even after it's finished, they agree to stay abstinent from non-mood altering substances and respond to a court request for a drug recovery. Kind of a lifetime clause.
Where anybody else have anything?
So we're about 2.5 years into it.
Yeah.
I'm willing to make a motion that we allow them to go back to full-time 40 hours a week.
I'll second.
Go ahead, Ed.
I was just gonna second it.
So we have a motion by Dr. Jolly that, Mr. McMurray, go back to work 40 hours a week. It was seconded by Dr. Mack. All in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Let the record show that it was unanimous. Congratulations, Ben. Keep doing the good work.
Great. Thanks so much.
Congratulations, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay, the next pharmacist I have is Dr. Leanne Brewer. She got okay to work no more than 20 hours back in March of this year, then no more than 32 hours in June, and then at our past meeting in October, the executive committee voted to grant her advocacy to work full-time since June 5th of this year. She's had 0 missed check-ins, 10 tests, 9 negative, 1 value out of range. She checked in she redid her test once she was notified of the value out of range, and it was negative.
Ready for me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Hi, I'm Leanne, and I am going to try to get full-time advocacy or approval to go to work. I am doing vaccinations right now. I am kind of self-employed, but All Care does the, pays me. So, but I'm on a 1099. But I am just going around giving COVID shots and flu shots to nursing home and assisted living facilities. And they're really needing me full time right now. So I would, that is why I'm trying to get full time approval. And with the
Oh, we lost her. There we go. Leanne, you're on mute. We lost you for a minute.
now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. It went out. So anyway, with the urine test, I have a real problem with my creatinine. The gravity, specific gravity is good, but I have to go first thing in the morning or it seems to mess with me. I don't know why, but that's just how my body is. But with that, I did test the next day when test the day that I received the value out of range, as he said. But with that, I guess that's, if y'all have any questions.
I understand the explanation for the creatinine relative to the specimen being dilute, but what does value out of range mean?
It just means that my creatinine, it has to be between 20 and 200. And if I use my third urine of the day for some reason, my creatinine's low. And usually 15, the one before that was only at 19. So I'm almost there, but if for some reason I don't know why my creatinine is like that, but it seems to be, it runs really low.
Somebody help me understand. I thought the creatinine related to the specimen being dilute or not dilute.
But it could be on both sides of the range. So they'll say out of range, meaning it's not within the normal range, or it's, if it's very concentrated, will be way up. But that's just the way that it's reported.
Right.
Have another comment on that, I'm not sure. Turner, any feedback on that?
No, I think you explained it perfectly, it can be on either side.
We're having connectivity issues this morning. So, Turner, when you get the screens, it will often just say out of range. Instead of like, if it's a 5 to 200, it may not say 320, it may just say out of range.
Yes, the initial email I get will say out of range. Then I've got to go in and look to see what actually has happened on that. Okay, so let me go in here. I can get this one right quick. Okay.
It sounds to me like an out of range is not necessarily related to drug sampling.
No.
No, it's not associated with like any drugs in the screen. It's just her creatinine's out of whack. I've had several pharmacists that have this problem, especially like if they work out a lot, or like, I can use like, if they work out in the heat and they sweat a lot, it can become, concentrated. It's one of those deals. Let me find her.
I think
And I also want to explain this. It's not dilute.
No.
It's just low.
And you're correct, Ronnie. There could also be an issue with specific gravity of the urine.
I think there are really two ways of assessing the same thing as the specimen dilute.
Yeah.
So they look at specific gravity, which is a concentration, and they also look at the creatinine level. And so if it's low, then it would be dilute.
And we've had at least one other instance where someone was having higher concentrations of creatinine rather than low, and it was in that instance it was I think massaging the approach of you can't drink Coke all day and expect this to correct itself. You got to drink water, or you got to drink something that's not just a carbonated beverage.
Yeah, hers was low. It's supposed to be between 20 and 30 mg/dl, and hers was 11.5 on this specific test.
And Turner, generally, whenever you have one that's out of range, it calls for an immediate retest, doesn't it?
Yes, the day that they get notified that it's out of range, they immediately go into Affinity and check retest and go in and do a retest.
So we have an immediate follow-up.
because she took that test on 10/10. She got the results back on 10/13 and retested on 10/13.
Did you say anything after she tested on 10/13 or got her results on 10/13?
No, it's just, we've got a little bit of a delay with the video.
I see. So what are we advocating for here? What is,
Return to full-time employment. She's been 32 hours.
okay, thank you. And then, does anybody have any questions, comments, remarks?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Dr. Brewer to go back to work for 40 hours a week.
Second. So Dr. Newsom made the motion that Leanne be allowed to go back to work full-time, and for seconded it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All, it passes. All in favor.
Congratulations, Dr. Brewer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Turner, anything else for support group this morning?
No, sir. Thank you all for getting us in at first of the morning. I appreciate it. And I hope everybody has a great day and stay safe.
Absolutely. See you, bud.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next up, Ryan, if you want to come on up, you're welcome to join me if you want. You can watch from behind. All right. So this morning, and Cindy, you can get his camera on. Thank you. This morning we have with us Ryan McMurray. I have passed out a packet of information for the board members to review. I think a brief overview of this you'll see is back in July, we got a report of an incident with Dr. McMurray at his place of work. You can see that day he was taken for some care and has followed those recommendations. Throughout this packet, you'll see various reports of kind of what happened that day, and I'm sure he'd be happy to explain as well. And then the last couple of pages, you have a recommendation letter of someone asking for the ability to help Dr. Murray return to the workplace in a clinical overview for him as well. Dr. Mack, were you able to pull that up?
Yes, I'm pulled it up right now.
All right. I'll give you a couple minutes to take a look at that.
When y'all finish reviewing that, let me know. Okay. All right. How do you want to proceed?
I like to start with who are you, where are you from, and why are you here today?
Okay, yeah, first of all, my name is Ryan McMurray. I'm actually from Woodson, Arkansas. And I'm currently living in Poplar Road now, and been servicing area pharmacy in that area for the last.
Can you speak just a little bit louder? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the last, I'd say 10 years, I've been in that area. Worked as a staff pharmacist at Walmart Pharmacy there for like 5 years. Then I went to the hospital, did the director position for like 4 years. Then came back to retail as a PIC the last 2.5 years. And so total been in pharmacy for 22 years. Walmart primarily been the primary place, but I've also worked for the state board, medicine, nursing at the Arkansas Department of Health under Jerry Jones. And I've been in retail pretty much the whole time. And anything else?
Yes, sir, thank you. So why are you here today?
Okay. Medical lapse. As a PIC with Walmart, I just took on too much. Trying to cover shifts, working that load for weeks at a time, maybe 7 days a week. If no one picks the ship up, I feel responsible to do it. Just adding on, and then with that load, being in charge, there are things that I have to do as a manager, dealing with that. And I just got tired. I couldn't keep going. And the way I look at life, when things happen, I try to see my way through. And that day I had a conundrum. I was stuck. I made a mistake and I couldn't see the mistake. And at that moment, I didn't want to do it. And I tried to leave. What I did was completely wrong. I attacked an associate who I thought was trying to stop. And I'm trying to get out of the store, 2 associates. And when I think back, normally what I do is take a step back. But I was done. I didn't want to do it. And I made a mistake. Spent time at the ER, didn't want to receive treatment until my sons got there, so they could tell me what they wanted me to do. Went to St. Bernard, went to Jonesboro, stayed the 2 days in the hospital on the evaluation, did my 2 days at Jonesboro Hospital, then was released to St. Bernard for a 72-day hold, where they evaluated me for the 3 days that I was there. And immediately after I was released, I talked with John. John said, Brian, in this situation, you have some options. Told me what those options were. I made a decision and surrendered my license. Been in therapy ever since, based on what the facility of the psychiatrist at St. Bernard's recommended. Still currently under therapy. We meet twice a month. And then I actually be shy about coming to the board. There's a job. It's my old facility, but I'm no longer the director. I would be his support for a staff position. And so he's up for hip replacement. And I told him, Gary, I'm wishing the best, but we have to be realistic. I know what you have is important, but I can't make you any promises. It's not in my hands. So not to make that sway anybody's decision, but that's why I want to come now for that purpose.
And just to, I think, clarify a couple things, you're talking about the position that's mentioned in the letter back in
Yes.
the hospital.
The hospital staff position, right? Not one. I'm done. I consider myself maybe fired from them. I'm retired.
Yeah.
I had all these.
And Ryan, just to help a couple things, because I know you and I have had some discussions and we were working through this. The initial concern that board staff would have anytime we have an incident is, is there impairment or drug diversion or anything along those lines involved, which there was not in this case at all. And then his order is a little different than some because it was not a drug impairment for evaluation and he was already receiving care by the time we had a chance to talk to him. The other thing, Ryan, is my understanding, having gone through this is something that it sounded to me like you had identified that a problem was coming and it actually kind of reached out for some help a couple of days before this incident.
Yeah.
You mind telling us about
Right.
that?
And the reason why I didn't bring this up, and anyone who knows anyone who knows about healthcare, if you don't document
It didn't happen.
So I made a phone call to my supervisor. Phone calls are documented, but the phone call to be noted, I did talk to her. And I did talk to the pharmacist that's trained. My supervisor was calling me about my immunization numbers. And Walmart tracks everything. And the supervisor before that never did that. And I'm saying, well, you can look and see who worked the day before. Why are you stopping me about immunization? And that was frustrating. And I began to cry. I'm like, Natalie, you know how hard I'm working. You know these answers. And I'm there by myself. I said, Natalie, I can't keep doing this. This is the day before. I said, I can't keep doing this. If you can look into the work, why not have that conversation with that pharmacist? This is just too much. And so I called the one who trained me, Christy. Then I called Christy, I didn't know last night. I called Chris, I said, Christy. She texted me, she's like, how's wellness day going? I said, not good because I'm on the phone explaining why my organization numbers are not working. And I'm supposed to be doing well today with the associates and giving immunizations, but I'm explaining myself and I just said, I can't keep this up. It's just too much. That was the day before. And I was working by myself that day. And so the day I had my medical lapse, that time I was there by myself from 8 to 1. And it just got too much. But she didn't have time. My supervisor told me, we talked and said, Ryan, I don't want you to quit. And I don't want you to do nothing rash. And I'm just like, but you're not hearing. I need you to hear what I'm saying. But, and there's other things involved, such as at that store, it's difficult to staff. Okay. I came up with a plan with this supervisor on how we could fix it because I had pharmacists who want to work. She said, I'm going to leave a location. I don't mind working at Walmart for 80 hours. So I came up with a plan to get her in, keep the other pharmacists, decrease their hours, and we could be fully staffed. And she just told me I couldn't do it. And I'm going back to the idea that I have a pharmacist that's been a lead, go back to Missouri. I get to work his shift by myself to keep the store open. And we're 8 to 8 at that place. They're 9 to 7. And my store, that population just doesn't justify the hours. But we were forced to go back to 8 to 8 and we were 9 to 7. And it didn't make sense. They were like, because your numbers are high. I'm like, well, we're not doing it. And so it's things like that that keep adding up, and then when you try to come with solutions, you don't get answers. It's just we can't do it.
So how would the environment you're going back to in the hospital, how is that going to be different for you or less stressful?
I really don't want to do pharmacy leadership anymore. No. I love the profession, but the leadership aspect of it, it's too much for me.
You're ready to be staffed.
I'm ready to be staffed. I'm a great support to everybody. When I left the hospital to go back to Walmart, I helped Gary because he was never a director. So I said, Gary, whatever you need, I will help you. And through inventory, through controlled substance inventory, I did all that for him. I enjoyed hospital more, but as far as the leadership, doing reports, running meetings, trying to carry both, I don't want to do that anymore. After 22 years, I realized, okay, I'm on the downside of this. Being 52 years old, when I was 22 or 32, it was a lot easier for me. I want to retire, but I don't want to necessarily stop because I'm not old enough to get for it. So I'm not at that place yet. So that's more of it, but I do not want to lose it. Do any more leadership.
I'm sure you guys have questions for him as well.
Does anybody have comments, questions, suggestions?
Yeah, I have a question. So, I mean, I hear that your work environment was stressful, and it seems like to me you're kind of blaming all that on the company you're working for, but discuss why you went that ballistic on other people that weren't involved. I don't understand how, if you're stressed, then it resorted to what it really resorted to.
Okay.
And I know you told them a day or two before you're having some problems, but that just doesn't add up really to me.
Okay, the attack on the other people, the first person that came across me was a person who lost the rich. And I thought they were trying to stop me from leaving. And that's how I interpret it. So I'm trying to get out of Walmart and I'm just disoriented on how to get out. But I'm not necessarily, when I decided to quit, it was just enough, but I didn't know how to do it because I know what I was doing wrong. I know I couldn't just walk out, lock the door and leave. I was just trying to get out. If that makes sense.
So you didn't lock the door, you just walked out and left?
I was walking out. I was done. That's how I interpret it. I was done. I don't know who the job.
I think it was initially like an object was thrown, and I think there were.
Yeah, I threw myself
That was your cell phone.
Yes, sir.
And then, you put your hands up and walked out.
I walked out, kicked over a trash can, and then Sandra Dale, who was lost prevention, was coming toward me. And I was thinking maybe she was trying to subdue me, tell me to stop or go back in the pharmacy. And that's when I attacked her.
Yeah. You threw her down.
No, she tripped.
Okay.
And you just left the pharmacy wide open for
I left the
whatever.
pharmacy- I put the pharmacy wide open. No, that's true.
Good question, but I don't know where to start.
Let's roll one out.
So there was no substances involved, alcohol, drugs. So, I mean, what ultimately, were you referred for care? What did they find?
Okay, after the incident, the police took me to the hospital. They ran blood, everything was clean. And I went to Jonesboro for CAT scan, MRI, make sure it wasn't like a stroke or something physiological that happened. Everything came back clear, no drugs, none of that. And then that's when they said, since I did attack someone, I could not, it was no longer my choice for me. I had to. And so the hospital recently directed to St. Bernard. And I stayed there 3 days, and then they evaluated me every day. And once I got the final determination from the doctor, he released me and said, okay, this does not be treated inpatient, but you need to go directly, don't wait, go directly to a facility to continue the care.
So the 3-day evaluation was after a medical evaluation?
Yes.
That had already occurred at Jonesboro.
That's correct.
So then the 3-day was a mental health evaluation?
Yes.
And what did they find?
He just said, he gave me the diagnosis of adjustment disorder. And then he said, adjustment disorder, according to him, is treated outpatient.
And I can verify, having talked to this counselor, because my question was, knowing they did a medical evaluation and then taking a 72-hour evaluation hold, and speaking with the counselor that you have a letter from, he said, I could get you a letter from the psychiatrist, but frankly, they did not indicate that he needed further psychiatric help, but that he needed to see a counselor to work through what the triggers were and helping to identify how he got to the point where he had that snap with an adjustment disorder. And I mean, I had a significant conversation with him. I said, well, we need something from you explaining that, which is why he sent the letter. He said, if you want a letter that's, from a psychiatrist, he goes, we could re-engage with our psychiatrist. He said, but it's basically going to say the same thing. It's working on why they were triggered, what stressful events were happening, and learning to identify those and avoid those. It's the very common thing for us. But I was surprised because at first, and even speaking with Mr. McMurray's family, when we heard about this, he was where we could not speak with him in the facility. And in some ways it's like, well, okay, it's not drugs. Maybe he had a stroke, maybe it's something else. Because we had other pharmacists in the community calling, asking how they could help him, because it was just different than what he and them had ever seen or expected.
Well, the letter, 2 things. One, the final paragraph that I'm looking to says, in my professional opinion, Mr. McMurray poses no risk to himself or the public and is fully capable of what?
I mean,
So that's one.
I didn't love it in print, right?
Number 2, it's from a social worker.
Yes.
I mean, I would rather see it a little higher up the food chain.
Well, licensed counselor for social work.
I'm looking for that letter, but are they trying to say he's not a danger to people, even though he threw a couple people down and?
Yes.
The other question is, are there any criminal ramifications that you're still, I mean, have you been charged with anything that has not been adjudicated yet?
No, sir.
So no charges came from that at all?
On screen, and I didn't realize I didn't print it, it says, in my professional opinion, Mr. McMurray poses no risk himself or the public and is fully capable of performing all tasks associated with the demands of his profession. Please let me know if I can assist further, and it has the electronic signature.
I would assume that language about no risk to himself or the public, that's the purpose of a 90-day hold in voluntary commitment to determine that. So the fact that they cut you loose is an indication that they decided you weren't a danger to yourself or others.
And I think he, Ms. McGraw, I think he said 72 days, he meant 72 hours.
So I have a question, just in the few weeks, months, since the incident and since you completed the evaluation, what have you been doing?
What happened?
And then the second part of the question is, have there been other stressful situations, or have you identified any of the triggers that you are working through? And how have you applied the tools that you're learning with your counselor to de-escalate those situations?
Oh, as far as the first part of what I haven't doing was kind of shocking. I'm doing the same thing that Ben McMurray was doing. There's a junior college or community college in the Helena, and they offer a CDL program. And so I told my son, I said, I'm just sitting, I'm gonna take the course, and not to drive trucks, but I just want to say that this is my license to keep me busy. And so I'll have a CDL license November 1st. And so the second part, the level of stress, to be honest, I had no stress. I'm not working. And so me and my son, his off days, we try to take care of my daughter who's had an accident. She lost control of her car and she may lose her leg. And so he's been helping me with that situation, taking her back and forth to the doctor. She has been released, but a long road ahead. But I have to say some things, the way I was working, I wouldn't be able to help her. And that, I'm not saying that's still lying, but I would quit if I had to help her. So she's okay. But taking care of my daughter, CDL school, stress is not even a problem. But I know that the question, because me and my sister had this question, Ryan, what if you go back to the hospital? What if something happens there? What's healed? So that's why we're still doing therapy, because I asked my therapist, give me tools that I can use to avoid having to do this again. And so that's the process. That's what we're working on. So we're like, well, he's releasing. It's like there's things we can do to give you tools. So if you notice this is coming, what you can use to avoid.
I know the standards we've applied in the past is not just whether it's substance, treasure, some physical or other diagnosis that would prevent someone from performing their job. We've had some of these recent. We look to an authority to say that there's not a problem. That seems to be what this letter says. So as long as a licensed social worker is authority enough for us to rely upon the board, which I'm really, personally, I would rather see a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist render that opinion. But assuming that a licensed social worker who's a counselor is sufficient authority, I don't know. I mean, all it gives me concern that the general triggers, any of us could have that on any given day. So that, I mean, that all gives me concern. But if somebody who is of sufficient training to be able to evaluate that says he's capable of going back to work, then I would be okay with it. But I do have concern that is this of high enough authority to make that decision that you all talk about.
And if you wanted a higher authority, it sounds to me from speaking with the LCSW that they could engage. This thing was, if the board has to have it, we can get that, but it sounded like he believed the opinion was going to be the opinion because they didn't call for additional psychiatric, but I completely understand.
Let me ask, Mr. McMurray, something. So, let's see if I can form this correctly. Whatever the spark or the triggers were that sent you down that hole, do you think you could recognize them again? And plenty of time to prevent something like this from happening?
Yes, to a degree, and this is my answer. And I'm adding this because this has something to do with the bill.
With the what now?
With the bill of where, how I got to where I got. There was a board inspection that happened, like June, like the week before. And I didn't know why. And in my mind, I was trying to figure out what happened. It came to 2 places where I worked. And I thought I was doing something wrong. And
One of our people?
Yeah, they did a inspection in Lee County, and then one was at the pharmacy at Helen.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just a pop-up visit, and we had an inspection, and that kind of fooled me. I was like, well, am I guilty of something? And then Walmart is adding more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. And I'm thinking like, wow, I'm just trying to fix it. I'm putting it together. And I just got tired of trying to figure it out. And I didn't want to do retail. I know that may sound apart, but there's a lot of factors. I had a situation where I broke up with an ex. Her family was coming to the pharmacy, asking me what happened. I'm like, we just broke up. That's it. Mom, her father, they're sending the kids, her brother, her sister. No, we just broke up. I mean, I have no answers, you know. This person, interpersonal things, relationship.
Just built up.
And I'm the kind of person that's difficult for me to say no to someone asking for help. So I try to figure out how to help them and not being mean to her family. Like, we just broke up, that's it. We don't have to talk. But I'm at work. So you're not coming to my house. You'll come to my job and ask me something like that. And I'm like, no, I really like to talk to you more, but I really got to get back in.
Do you think you'll continue to go to counseling for a little while?
Yeah,
To
yes.
see if you can.
That I told him, I said, I don't want to stop. And I'm paying for that. It's not, free. I have to pay, but I still have my insurance to cover. And I told him, I want to do this for some time. It's not, in my opinion, I don't want to continue. But I can only go by what they recommend.
Thank you.
What's the status? It looks like you were charged with 5 counts of third-degree battery. Is that still pending or is that been resolved?
From what I was told, I was not charged.
They did a report on scene, but I don't know that we have not heard of any prosecutorial action on that. Joe probably would know that process better than me.
This is just a police report. Even if no charges are filed, they do have to put in there what the incident was for. I'm sure we will review, and if the board has no information about the charges being filed, like I said, in court in Phillips County, it should be here, but just because it lists battery on 5 times in the report doesn't mean those charges are actually filed and pending. So it's just what the incident was.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you a question a different way. We have to make our decisions based on sound good evidence. In areas where courts don't have, and we're a court of a sort, in areas where courts don't have sufficient understanding of the field, we rely on experts. They have to be qualified in that field. So if something, let's take worst case scenario. We make a decision, something happens again, somebody is injured, and this board is looked to in some way to be liable, because we relied upon information that was not of sufficient basis. So looking at it from that perspective, does the letter from the social worker council meet that burden, or do we need something else for us to be comfortable to say, yes, we relied upon an appropriate source to say that he's finding the right word?
So I have a concern with that as well. And the other part is just reading the language and the things he said. It wasn't just I'm quitting and walking out. It's about killing somebody and throwing people down. I mean, it was, seems to me that I would be a lot more comfortable if a psychologist or a psychiatrist saw him and agreed that he was safe to practice.
Is it LCSW not sometimes?
They're a trained therapist. I don't have as much hesitation around a licensed professional that does that do these assessments all the time, and that this is their primary focus. Even a clinical psychiatrist, it's a little bit different scope. So I am comfortable with the recommendations of LCSW. Where I pause is that because there haven't been any other stressors, and we haven't had the ability to practice the tools that it's in, maybe we stair step and back into full, so that the stress level doesn't go from 0 to 100 immediately. So you walk them back in, kind of like you do in some other situations.
I think he wants to wait for me to.
No, I mean, back into even the part of pharmacy here. You start with part-time and then make sure that.
I would expect that you would probably want to hear from the employer, which, I mean, you have a letter from the prospective employer, that you would want him to continue therapy with a report and appearance back before the board at some period of time.
Okay.
What?
I have to repeat this because of employment or form.
I don't, you never worked with him.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm understanding both sides of what everybody's saying. I'm understanding what Dr. Richardson is saying, and I'm understanding what Ms. Ford is saying. But it may work best for the step approach. To start back, well, let him go back to work, but also doing a second opinion is basically what you're asking for.
Harold, I mean, I'd like your perspective on that.
Well, I would suggest that we do 5 things. One, to lift the temporary suspension. 2, require that he continue his therapy. 3, to satisfy everybody here, get some kind of a statement from the St. Bernard, I guess a St. Bernard psychiatrist, about life is dangerous to himself or others. And avoid working in a retail setting. And then lastly, report back to the board the progress he's made at the board meeting in 6 months.
Regarding one of your comments, I would say perhaps the physician evaluation at the end of the 72-hour inpatient that's saying there's nothing that we need to do here, that this needs to go to county, that perhaps would be more sufficient.
Yeah,
And I would add one level of that.
I'm confident that's true because he would have been released from 72-hour home. That is the determination to stay in the release from 72-hour home.
That's what I've been told, but I did not ask for a copy.
So perhaps that would suffice in addition to this. The last thing I would add is the condition to make sure that there are no charges to get do we check? And specifically make sure that there are no charges pending. Of course, if charges come up, then we have to back your visit.
Or, I mean, you could file charges for 2 years then.
I'm just saying, make sure that there are no, not currently charges.
But we can check that right now.
I mean, if something happens in the future, then things are different, they're not going to be the same.
If that's the case, I would turn those points into a motion, if you'd like me to repeat them.
Go ahead.
I could.
Go right ahead.
Number one.
He was gonna check the charges.
Oh, okay.
When I checked, it's been
I mean, you can still
several
file
weeks
a motion.
ago.
You can still file
Okay, no, the motion would be to, number one, release the temporary suspension. Number two, that we continue his therapy. Number three, that we avoid retail. And number four, that he appear before the board in 6 months for progress report. And that this be subject to a condition subsequent that staff verify that the release from the subject to our hold was on the condition that he was not dangerous to himself or others.
Do you want to clarify how the progress report would be, not just him walking in and saying, I'm doing great?
I'd just like to see him back and have a report with regard to how things went during, what were the stressors like, how did working in the hospital work with this one?
But he can bring a report from the therapist as well, right? You know.
But you left out the step part, so we need to include the step and what that step means. How many hours we're talking about, act time, we're talking about.
I wouldn't have a step. I think,
Go full time.
yeah, I think going from a retail setting into the hospital setting.
Don't think for a second that a hospital setting is not stressful.
Can I explain the hospital too?
Yeah, I would laugh with you, but I can't.
Okay. West Allen Hospital was, these terms, I mean, this is some pharmacies, but they had a wing, which they had surge, we had ICU, we had women's and children's, we had outpatient, we had ER, and the pharmacy service all those areas. What's happening now in rural hospitals, they're being downsized to just med surge and ER. So when I was a director, all those were open. And this hospital now only has the ER, outpatient, pharmacy. We mainly use the surgery side. And we just do the aid side. So the level of like 6% of being on call.
How many beds is this?
The facility has 150, but a wing has about maybe 20, 30.
How many pharmacies?
2. And so Gary right now is doing everything by himself. And he gets floaters in, and, but you want to give that pharmacist time off too.
Okay, so it doesn't have a critical care unit.
We have, so those ICU goes.
So you're gonna have checking IVs, generic orders, filling parts or filling fixes, handling the phone, staff orders to the OR.
Look, we don't have one.
Okay, so you said surge.
Well, it's outpatient. They do have an outpatient where people come in and do like maybe allergy. Zola is one that people come in and then they leave. And that's not that. ER can be kind of squirrely depending on what IV they need for emergency purpose. But I mean, that population being down there, as small as the hospital is, I mean, you have your times, but it's never really just helter skelter.
I don't think that we're gonna micromanage what level of acuity you work at, but I mean, I've worked in rural critical access hospitals with 25 beds that you're doing everything, so stress is relative. It all boils down to you. So.
Yeah, and not necessarily, to me, it's just that he hasn't had an opportunity to apply the skills that he's learning. And that's where I would be hesitant to go full or 100% full time. Even if it's just a short time period, so 3 to 6 months, give him a little bit of time to show that, be able to practice implementing the skills that he's learning on de-escalating situations and managing stress.
If we did it for a short period of time, that is Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, the holiday, so the flu season.
The next board meeting is the one.
Support group is generally 20 hours a week, and they do that for a month, and then they can step up to 32, and then a month, and then they can step up and ask for full time. We've had instances where it was a elongated period of time between board meetings where, I mean, with Lynn as president, we had one with Ben that if we did not know when we were going to have another meeting, and after a couple of weeks, it was, are we going to make this kid wait 3 months, or are we going to let him, go ahead and step up his hours when we shown our normal back?
Is there any way that, the board could pass a resolution and a motion, and then the staff be able to do that check-in time?
We could do that with the board president.
The employer support is accelerated.
I'll do it.
If you do month, I mean, that would mean if you want to come back and for Harold, 6 months, we don't have 6 months, but we have February. That would put him, if you approach that, then you know where he was at that time.
So perhaps we can step, so do 20 for a month, then 32 for a month, then 40 for a month, and then it's time to come back and see us with the board, tell us how you're doing.
To add maybe something to what you're saying. Do you want anything from the guy he's working with or lady that he's working with when he comes back?
More information that is supportive, the better.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't know if that was something.
Even if it's just a letter of support that things are going well and there's support.
Any red flags or-
He's gonna be on hip surgery.
And I was just about to add, I need to add that. He's waiting for a hip replacement surgery, and I have to be honest, you can't just do retail walk in the hospital.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get relief, but if he's out on hip surgery and I'm cutting out, now, I don't mind when he comes back, let's go back. If that's okay, then he's gonna be out. And
It's interesting, when Gary called me, I mean, he would be here today, except he is working and, asked what else he could do. And Gary told me, he said he told Ryan, so he's like, I have other people I could hire, I want Ryan. Which was, I can't make it up. I mean, if you call Gary on the phone, he'd tell you the same thing right now. This is one of the weirdest situations I've faced in 18 years almost in board pharmacy, because I had competitor pharmacists calling me asking what they could do to help him, which is just an unusual thing. We had a former inspector call up and he's like, oh my gosh, I saw this on the news, who was it? And what the girls told him, he was in disbelief. So I say that to say, it's been interesting how many people have called offering support for him, but also watching out for him, I think, with what's going on.
But it comes across genuine. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
I don't doubt that. So are you saying that given the work scenario, that they need him to come back right away? Full time?
They need somebody, and even with all of this, going, I mean, I think that even the pharmacist there has told Ryan and called me, like, will you please put him on the agenda? I'm like, I'm not driving the bus on that. What I told Ryan was, you need to figure out whatever you need to do based on the professionals you're working with. And when they tell you and they're prepared to tell the board that you are safe to practice and ready to go back, you let me know and I'll get you in front of the board.
No, I don't see no reason why we just can't go here and go back to full time. I have no objections to that. We still follow all the other things, the follow-ups, stay with therapy, and then come back to February.
And I think you could ask, I mean, even if Gary is not there, they're still a boss. There's
CBS,
still
yeah,
somebody.
CBS is still.
Yeah. So I mean, you could easily say, you know, we want a monthly update in the next 6 months or the next 4 months until you come back forward. We want a monthly update from your employer because he's still gonna have an immediate supervisor.
What would your hours be at the hospital, do you know?
We open, of course, every day. And then there will be some leave. We have, lady named Brewer, who's helping Gary now. She does PR now. And so we're 8 to 6, Monday to Friday, and 8 to 5, Saturday and Sunday. And then at night, Pipeline does the orders at night. And now that the units are closed, I haven't done on call in almost a year. Because everything's in the Texas, and most IVs are already made, so
They're plugging
they're
it.
plugging, because they're trying to get away from home.
So you were the director there before.
I was the director before.
Why did you leave?
I worked 4 years in the records. And it was just me and another pharmacist. Mind you now, we're doing everything. Now they're downsizing. And so the workload's not there. And the job at Walmart has come open, and I'm really a retail pharmacist. That's what I've been doing for 22 years. I never really left it. Because I just love I just love retail. But retail pharmacy, retail management pharmacy is not the same thing. At least with Walmart, it's a lot.
So one of the triggers, or one of the things leading up to the break was, you said because you were in that leader role, you had to fill all the open shifts, and you were working 7+ days in a row.
Now, that was me.
Right.
That was a decision I made.
Absolutely, but that workload was one contributing factor to it. So if you got someone who's going out on medical leave, and he may be in a situation where he has to work 7+ days in a row, again, is that going to trigger?
I think you set a max. I mean, when I think of it,
Even if
it's
it's
40
not-
hours and say, we don't want you working more than 40 hours.
That helps.
Yes.
And we do, Gloria is still there. Like, she knows Gary's going out on leave, and he knows Ryan can't do this.
Yes.
Ryan is not here to do what I'm doing. She's still gonna be, because I asked her, I said, "Gary, I don't ever want to do this again. I want to work my job, and I'm going home."
Some sort of
So
40 hours.
No.
No.
I'll change my motion to add that to.
That includes any relief work too.
That's right. No leave.
All right, so we have a motion proposed by Mr. Simpson to lift the suspension on his license, and continue therapy.
Appear at next board meeting. is what I would-
I have avoided retail, but appear, the next meeting with information from your counselor and if possible, your coworkers, your supervisor.
We're gonna ask for the letter of review from discharge or a letter from the psychiatrist or some, a secondary medical professional.
Okay,
So I've got that down.
and then,
Max of 40 hours.
and then report back to the board at the next board meeting.
We've got that, but max 40 hours.
Oh, max 40 hours, sorry.
So is Harold, you're modifying the original motion, Max.
Maximum 40 hours.
And no, like, moonlight.
Right.
40 hours.
And are we not gonna hear anything till the next board meeting, or did somebody mention we were gonna hear something more often?
I said we could.
Whatever,
If y'all want him to have somebody send us a monthly report to staff, and if there's anything alarming, we'll pull it in immediately. But if that, you want to add that point, that'd be 0.7.
And say that succinctly, please.
Monthly updates from employer.
Monthly employer updates. Just employer, not therapist, just employer.
Whichever you want.
I mean, I think our concern is just that the safety of the hospital as well, so we just want to know that there are no stressful outbreaks.
All right, so let me go over these items again, so,
Here's how I have it for the record.
okay.
Lift suspension, he's to continue his therapy, appear at the next board meeting. You're not approving him to work in retail at this time. We want to see what the discharge letter was from the hold, or get another letter from someone higher than an LCSW. Max of 40 hours per week. And monthly updates from his employer. So how's it going?
That's my motion.
There's a second. I'll second. All right, we have a vote, a motion by Mr. Simpson, we have a second by Dr. Jolly. If I need to repeat that, let me know, but what the motion is, I can do it. But is there any other discussion, or we move straight to vote? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? Let the record reflect we have one nay and the rest are ayes. The ayes have it.
We will put this in a letter and send it to you as well. Meantime, I would talk to Mr. Valentine and see if you can, because he has that other letter, to see if he can provide it to us.
Oh, okay,
And
that's right.
I'll try to email him as well.
Right,
And if he can't get it, then he should be able to get you into
right.
somebody else.
Yes, I understand.
Next up, we're going to have, thank you for coming.
Are you welcome?
Good luck.
Next, we're rolling into hearings, correct? Great. So if you guys want to take a 5-minute break, we'll let our hearing officer, get up here and get set.
Yes, sir.
All right. And just to confirm, Sheila Logan is first up.
Correct.
All right. Good morning. My name is Adam Jackson. I'm a hearing officer today in the matter of Harris Drug Gifts, AR 12849, and Sheila Renee Logan, ED 07709, case number 2022-026, which is to be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, October 19th. With the respondent, please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, I'm Sheila Renee Logan.
Can everybody hear her?
No.
Okay, we cannot hear you on the screen.
Okay, I'm Sheila Renee Logan.
Is that better for people on the screen? Seeing head nods. Okay. And are you represented by counsel?
No.
Are you where you have the right to have counsel?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes,
Did you receive a copy of the order or a notice of hearing?
I did.
The board's counsel and by itself for the record.
Joe West, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the board.
For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing the evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it in the evidence today. All participants in the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, please advise me and we will do so. We're going to be the witnesses here today.
Brendan McCray and Cindy Pack.
And Ms. Logan and Cindy will be testifying on their own behalf.
Yes,
Okay. The three of y'all can raise your right hand. I'll go and swear everybody in at once. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Okay. Let the record reflect all three witnesses have now been sworn in. Would either party like to make an opening statement?
Way opening.
Excuse me. I wanted to, for the record, say that all board members are present.
Okay.
Amen.
Let the record reflect that all board members are present. You're fine. Ms. Logan, would you like to make an opening statement now or defer opening statements at the start of your case? Okay. Counsel, I don't know, preliminary matters need to be addressed.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, there is an exhibit pack that is put together, contains exhibits that are pre-marked boards number 1 through 11. I would move that these be introduced into the record and published to the board.
Has Ms. Logan received a copy of these? She's got seen these before. Ms. Logan, have you seen these before, had any objections?
no, I don't have any objections.
They'll be admitted.
I'd also ask that judicial notice be taken of all the governing statutes and promulgated rules.
Okay. So notice.
Yes. I'm ready to proceed. I'll call Brendan McCray as my first witness.
You may proceed, counsel.
State your name for the record, please.
Brenda McCready,
And who's your current employer?
Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
What do you do for them?
I'm the assistant director
How long have you been self-employed?
since 2011.
What are your qualifications to serve in that position?
I'm actually a licensed pharmacist as well as having run 256 pharmacies at some point in my career. I'm a certified CC sterile compounding inspector. I have multiple years of training and experience in the position.
And how long have you held your pharmacist license?
Since 1986.
All right, in your capacity as assistant director, you also participate in investigation review complaints.
Yes, sir.
And in that matter, you became familiar with the case of David's respondent.
That's correct.
How did the boards involved in this situation?
We originally received a complaint that there had been some diversion from this pharmacy from a technician that had previously worked at the pharmacy. We contacted the store. I talked with Dr. Logan about the complaint, told her what we had heard. We discussed the fact that this possibly was some retaliation from a family member. At that point, the board moved forward with doing an internal audit. We actually received documents from Dr. Logan, which are in the packet. We received her controlled substance inventories. I sent subpoenas to her wholesalers to receive information on the products that she had ordered. And because the Arkansas P&P should have all controlled substances dispensed listed, I did a subpoena to the Arkansas P&P and got a list of the prescriptions dispensed during the time frame in question, and I conducted an audit, which is also in this packet.
You mentioned the controlled substance inventory. Is that going to be exhibit number 10?
Yes, sir.
And when did you and staff receive that process?
The controlled substance paperwork from, which is exhibit 10, came from Dr. Logan upon request of records when we started this inventory, and that was around August 15th or so, somewhere around there.
You mentioned some subpoenas, those exhibits 89.
They are.
Who were they? Just for clarification, who were the subpoenas?
The subpoena under exhibit 8 was sent to the Arkansas Department of Health Prescription Monitoring Program, and it was to request a copy of all controlled prescriptions that have been dispensed from July 2nd of 2020 through June 24th of 2022. I'm sorry, July 2nd of 2020 through June 24th of 2022. The second one was to McKesson, and there were actually 2 facilities. I sent this off to McKesson. One of the facilities said I would need to get everything from the one on Southbridge Boulevard in Memphis, and that was also for controlled substance drug purchases from July 7th, 2020 through June 24th, 2022.
What did this initial disclosure that documents indicate?
There's an audit under exhibit 3. We actually did an audit. I did an audit against the numbers from the P&P. The complaint was that the technician was diverting alprazolam. I did an audit on the alprazolams. We showed the alprazolam 0.25 short of 107 tablets. We actually sold the alprazolam 0.5 being over 140. Alprazolam 1.0 was short 2,321. Alprazolam 2 milligram was short 153. Alprazolam ER was short 30. Alprazolam ER1 was short 30. Alprazolam ER 2 milligrams was short 179. We also took the numbers that were sent from Dr. Logan, and we showed a little bit of discrepancies in the shortages, but we still showed significant shortages.
You mentioned a technician. Who was the technician in question?
I did not include the technician's name in this because we received a statement from Dr. Logan that she did not believe the technician had anything to do with this, that she knew that if she asked her, she would tell her that she did not divert any drugs. And because the pharmacist is ultimately responsible for the control and accountability of controlled substances, we did not pursue the technician, but we did pursue following up on this because of the loss of controlled substances. That technician is currently working for Dr. Logan.
And that statement you mentioned, is that exhibit number 5 of the package?
Yes, it is.
And the technician in question, what was this technician's work history with Harris Drugs? Yes.
She had been employed with Harris Drugs and Gifts from 2016, I believe, to 2021.
After you received the statement, what did you do in furthering this investigation?
I sent the documents that the board had calculated as far as the strength report to Dr. Logan. I told her that these were the numbers that we showed. She sent me an email that responding that she received a dispensing report or the audit that I had sent, that she hadn't slept for 2 days. This is under Exhibit 6. That this was really hanging on over her head, that the technician was like a daughter to her, and she honestly did not think she had done this. She didn't speak to her about that at this time. She did tell me at a later date that she had asked her, and she said she did not do it. She felt like this was sort of retaliation from the technician's ex-family. I told her, well, whether it was retaliation or not, there was a shortage, and that shortage had to be accounted for, and she was required to report it on a DEA 106. There was a DEA 106 filed, and that is under Exhibit 11. It actually, there's a statement in there, what identifying mark symbols or price codes were on the labels of these containers that would assist in identifying them. And Dr. Logan said, since it was taken 2 years ago, I'm not really sure if the whole bottle was taken or if the tablets were taken from the bottle. And under comments, she said she had recently discovered that this occurred in 2020. It was brought to the attention by the State Board of Pharmacy, who had a report from the citizen that it may have happened. After checking my mom's purchases and dispensings, it was discovered that there was a discrepancy. The only product that she listed as being short on this DEA 106 was the alprazolam 1 milligram. The other ones that we identified as being short, and then in several of her emails, she also had identified as being short or not.
When when this DEA report was filed?
It was filed on 8/10/2022.
After that, what did you discover next in the course of your investigation?
There was really no more discovery. We started putting together the paperwork showing that we had a shortage. As we started going through the paperwork, we looked at the emails that came from Ms. Logan, and at one point she showed shortages of one amount. Then another day she sent an email that said, well, actually there's this much, and then another day she said, well, I'm not actually short that much, I'm short this much. So the board just felt like there was a lack of accountability for the substance abuse. We did not do a complete audit, we only audited the alprazolam because that was what the complaint was on.
And those figures that are contained in the allegations back in the order of notice of hearing, I guess that's A5, A6, and A7 are those figures, those the result of your investigation?
The figures in A5 are the numbers from the PMP. The figures in A6 are the numbers that the respondent initially notified the board that she was short. A7 is the second notification that we got that they were short another number. And then the DEA 106 actually indicates another number.
The technician in question, you know, what her current employment status is.
The last I understood, she was employed at Harris Drug and Gifts under Dr. Logan.
When did that, do you know when that new employment started?
She, let me go back up there. It is my understanding the technician was rehired on August 18th, 2022. The respondent failed to notify the board of her start date until August 30th, 2022. Although she did tell me she was going to rehire her at a previous time, obviously, when she rehired her.
And did any board staff assist you with the investigation?
Yes, sir, Dr. Cindy Payne.
Anything else about this complaint investigation you want the board to know at this time?
No, this is
Pass the witness.
Ms. Logan, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, can you tell me what date you received the complaint?
I had numerous complaints. I called and talked to you on, let's see, on July 28th, 2022 at 9:50, July 27th of 2022 at 4:16. You and I talked about the complaint. I sent you an email. You sent me an email back that you didn't inform me someone filed a complaint. We discussed that on the telephone. We discussed the fact that there was some sensitive information in it because it was the technician and her ex-husband's family. You told me at that time you did not want me to send the complaint, that we could discuss it over the phone and you would check your inventory.
So they filed the complaint on July 27th.
I don't have the complaint in here, so I can't tell you exactly what day they filed it, but it was prior to that day, I believe.
Okay.
Does the board have any questions for this witness? Ms. Mitchell?
I have a question. In the order and notice of hearing, allegations A5 and A6 contain the inventory shortages. I don't know what the dates are for those. I'm hearing a lot of different date ranges thrown out. I just want to be clear what I'm looking at.
Sure. That date range is the July 2020 date through, well, actually, you can look on exhibit number 3. At the top where it says starting inventory, there's a date 7/1/2020, closing inventory date 6/24/2022.
Thank you.
And we chose those dates because if you go to exhibit number 10, that's the dates that she had controlled substance inventories that she conducted. So we had an exact count on 7/1/2020 of close of business and 6/24/2022 close of business.
I have a question on A8. It says that indicated she was only short 82, but it doesn't say the driving and restraint. Is that what in reference to A7?
Let me. Her primary focus when I spoke to her was the alprazolam 1 as indicated in the DEA 106. So I believe that's the alprazolam 1. Because she did not indicate in her 106 that she was short on the other drugs. And her initial inventory that she should send to us is under tab 4, exhibit 4.
Can't answer this. That's fine, but have we had issues with this pharmacy and controlled substance inventory in the past, or am I making that up and mixing it up with another hearing?
I do believe that Dr. Logan's been before the board before. I'm not positive, no.
What about the pharmacy?
No.
I'll talk to her.
Okay.
Who filed the complaint? It was
The complaint was filed by the technician's ex-husband's wife. And there was some current concern about a daughter that might be getting alprazolam.
Do you have any other questions from the board?
If I can go back to Amy's question, Exhibit 5, there's an email from Dr. Logan that says, I've made time to go back through my 2022 invoices up to date. I'm showing I purchased 5,500 alprazolam 1 milligram. That was up to 8/10/2022. I have dispensing records for the same period of 1694 with a count of 1,500 on 12/31/21. I had an exact quantity of 624 on 8/10, which leaves a difference of 282. So that 282 is referring to alprazolam.
One and then two.
Dr. McMurray, so I think you answered one of my questions about what time frame we're looking at. Also looking at Exhibit 3, so if I'm interpreting this correct, the amount that was missing, like, let's just talk about the 1 milligram alprazolam, the amount missing represents about 9%
Yes, sir.
of the total amount that was dispensed for the PMP records during that same time frame.
Yes, sir.
That seems like a lot.
I believe it's a lot.
I mean, I work in a hospital setting where we have a 0 tolerance, but is there some type of allowance in the retail setting for non-scheduled foods? Or is there, okay.
And even if you go by the DEA 106, where she said she was short 1,400, and you look at the numbers down at the bottom where it says 1,546, that's still 1,400 would still be about 5%.
Yeah.
I was just still trying to further get a handle. So the 106 says there were 1,200.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it would seem to me that the board's audit, that the most objective measure we can come up with is comparing the last biennial inventory to the PDMP records that were dispensed. So based on that number, because there are other numbers all over the place, what number of alprazolam tablets of any strength?
If you look under Exhibit 3, there's a shrink report there that set right under drug and strength that says PMP. And that first listing as the audit that was conducted, it was done independently. I did an audit and Dr. Fain did an audit behind me. And that's what we show that the pharmacy was short based on her 2 inventories that we received from Dr. Logan, the dispensing records from the PEMP, and the order system information from her wholesale.
Is it possible to get board staff to print just Exhibit 3 for us, because it's sideways and not?
Is the hard to agree, but it looks like PMP matched exactly what you got out of her pharmacy information services. Her pharmacy information software, right? Am I interpreting that correctly?
Well, it's close. These numbers, there's a difference under the alprazolam 1 milligram. She shows they were only short 1,546, while PMP shows 2221. And I did contact the Arkansas PMP director and asked her if there were any days that any days that had been, doubled up or overloaded or anything that might have caused this to show more. And she said she looked at the records for me and everything looked more from the PMP side.
So on Exhibit 3, basically, in order to get some cumulative loss, we look at column 8.
Yes, sir.
And it's not both, it's either the top or the bottom, PMP or Dr. drug.
The top numbers are based on the PMP dispensing records. The bottom numbers are based on the records that Dr. Logan sent me.
Did we add up those numbers?
I did not add those numbers. And I will tell you that the alprazolam 0.5 shows it's over 140 as far as the DEA is concerned, and overage is just as bad as a shortage.
But it looks like, just a quick add up in my head, it's about 2,900 tablets cumulative.
Roughly, yes, sir. I didn't add that.
And as I look at this, whether you're looking at EMP or the Harris drug numbers, either way, it's all significant.
And if you look under exhibit 4, yeah, those are that's the initial shortage that she sent me.
Thanks, John.
They're not that far off from, I mean, they're still short.
And I have one more question. On, I guess it's part of exhibit 5, where it has the dates, and it says 1 milligram was off so much. Now this sounds terribly stupid, but that 119 is over, or is that under? Yes, it doesn't matter.
Where are you?
So 1/1/2021 to 12/31/2021, it says 1 milligram was off. 119.
That is an email from Dr. Logan, so you might ask her that when we talk.
So,
I have one question for Dr. McCready.
go ahead.
Dr. McCready, you spoke some to this, but if we, I know that she said she didn't think the tech did it, but if we believe the tech was working there during the time it was lost, did we consider speaking with that tech as well?
I did not contact the tech. There's a statement under exhibit 5 that the pharmacist said she spoke with the tech, and she stated that she had never taken any drugs from her and she believed her. And I did not have any video or anything from the store in showing that she had taken it. This was all done after the fact, so it was very difficult to produce that information. So basically, when we knew there was a shortage, this is how we had to approach it.
And she wasn't terminated for theft. It was just, she happened to have worked there during part of that time.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question. Are there any other technicians, or was she the only technician there? I believe there were other technicians there. But Dr. Logan can probably.
So based on my understanding, what you presented, while there may be innuendo about who may not have taken the drugs, we don't know. So the charges really revolve around the fact that there was a loss that was unreported. Is that right?
It's under the fact that there's a loss, that there's not an accountability for the controlled substances in pharmacy.
Anyone have anything else?
One more. Dr. McCready, we did exhibit 3 that we just got a hard copy of. So I'm kind of going through quickly and compare all the columns, and we don't get discrepancies in the column 7, which is have disposition records for.
Yes.
So by that, we mean that there's a dispensation in the Harris drug computer system versus a dispensation in the PMP.
Yes.
I'm trying to think through, how would you have more this, I'm looking at 1 milligram alprazolam, and there's about 825, roughly almost 1,000 more dispensations in the Harris drug computer system than what went through the PMP. Can you bypass the PMP? Like, how do you?
Do you want me to put that on the record?
I can ask you later on.
I believe that there are things that identify a drug in a pharmacy system that, if changed, prevents a drug from being reported to the community.
Okay. Like, for example, a schedule class or something.
Yes.
Any other questions from the board? I'm ready to, just for my own clarification, president Sanders, right?
Yes, sir.
Council, do you have any?
No questions based on for cross-examination question.
Logan, do you have any follow-up questions for this witness based on what the board has asked?
No.
May the witness be excused.
I asked her to stand down subject to recall.
Yes. Council, call your next witness.
Call City Fang.
Record reflect this witness was sworn in.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
Cindy Fain,
And who's your current employer?
Arkansas Board of Pharmacy,
And what do you do for the board?
I'm a pharmacist inspector.
How long have you been self-employed?
I've employed for 5 years with the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy.
And what are your qualifications to be inspected for the board?
I'm a licensed pharmacist since 1989, practiced independent retail for 13 years, worked at the Oklahoma State Board of Pharmacy for 20 years as an inspector and chief compliance officer, and I've worked for the Arkansas Board for 5 years.
And Dr. Fanger, did you become involved in the investigation against Dr. Logan in this case?
Only to the point that I was asked to perform an audit.
And are the results of the audit contained in the exhibit packet?
They are.
And what exhibit is that?
Exhibit 3.
And can you tell the board what part you took in the audit?
I was provided with documents, the pharmacy's inventories from January 1st of 2020, also the CDS inventory from June the 24th of 22, all the purchases that were made from McKesson, and the dispensing records for that were reflected in the PD&P, and then also the dispensing records that were provided to us by Dr. Logan.
And what did you do before that audit?
I basically put the numbers in the spreadsheet, but you start with the beginning inventory and you add in all the purchases in between those dates, and you subtract the dispensation and compare that to the inventory that was on June 24th of 22, and see if there's any discrepancies between the two.
And what did your audit show?
It's reflected in exhibit number 3. It showed significant losses on Alprazolam 1, but also other losses on other strengths of Alprazolam. And they were pretty similar between the PD&P and the pharmacy records, with a few discrepancies, but the overall results were the same. There were some significant losses of 1 milligram.
And significant, that's a big word. Or should I say a word that comes with big consequences? What can you just elaborate on what was significant for the board?
So the 1 milligram, if you look at the prescription drug monitoring results, is missing 2,321 tablets, which is 9% of the overall dispensing during that period of time. And if you can look at Harris Drugs results, they're missing 1,546, which is 6% of the overall dispensation.
Anything else about the audit or investigation you want more to be aware of?
My results match the results of Dr. McCready.
Dr. Fang, pass the witness this time.
So do you have any cross-examination with this?
Yes, have you done inspections at Harrisburg before?
I believe I have.
Did we ever have any problems?
This is not something that is part of our routine inspection. And I can't answer that because I'm not looking at your last inspection, but I don't recall anything significant.
The board have any questions for this?
Are we discounting? I mean, we seem to focus in on the Alprazolam 1, but drug of choice seems to be Alprazolam period. So are we discounting and when we're looking at Alprazolam 1 and just ignoring the other lawsuits?
No, I just think that one stands out more, but the only thing we audited was the Alprazolam strengths, different strengths, and I think they're all important. But obviously the 1 milligram, because of the numbers, stands out more than the others.
Were there any other controlled substances, inventory? Sorry.
No.
And then one other question, if I may. In your experiences in auditing stores, controlled substances like this, you see these disparities, which, you know, if you don't find disparities, it's just not what you see. What excuses or reasons have you seen in the past that stand out? That, I mean, that aid this kind of thing? Could there be an overlook in a wholesaler that we didn't get numbers on? Could it be, what in y'all's experience in doing this, does this tell you, no, these numbers, this only happens when somebody goes left, or, you know, do you have any advice on that?
If there were any other wholesalers that they had purchased from, the numbers would be even greater. It's my understanding that there was only one wholesaler, but if there were others, that would just, add to it. Generally, numbers of this significance are due to diversion.
Any other questions from the board? There are no questions, Councilman Redirect?
No redirect.
And recross as a result of those questions. Council?
Ask Dr. Fain, if you like the stand down.
Recall?
Yes.
You have any other witnesses?
Briefly recall Dr. Craig.
Shorter.
Dr. McMurray, did you prepare and is that your signature on the order notice here that's in the packet one?
Yes, sir.
To the number one. So let's run through the charges with the board real quick. C1, out sorry. And read that and say what action is led to that violation.
Respondent C1, Respondent Logan is described in A1 through 18 is guilty of fraud, deceit, misrepresentation, and violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1792, 311, and A1. Basically, the board felt like because of the lack of accountability of controlled substances, that this charge should be put in place. C2, Respondent Logan's failure to maintain adequate security and accountability of controlled substances to prevent the shortage of 2,790 dosage units of alprazolam controlled substance is a violation of Board Regulation 04000010C, which constitutes unprofessional conduct under Board Regulations 02040002B and F, and Arkansas Code annotated 1792-11A7, and is grounds for revocation of license. And I think that charge basically speaks for itself. C3, Respondent Logan's violations of the Controlled Substances Act are set forth of a constituted violation of the Controlled Substances Act, Arkansas Code annotated 564-401. C4, Respondent is described in A1 to 18 as guilty of unprofessional or dishonorable conduct in violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1792-11A7 and Board Regulations 02040002A, Z02040002C, and 02040002D. C5, Respondent as described in A1 to 18 willfully violated provisions of pharmacy laws and criminal laws in the state of Arkansas in violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1792-11A8. And I think that is the failure to maintain the security and accountability of the drugs.
And whether or not it was one tech, multiple tech, whoever, at the end of the day, who is responsible for the
Pharmacist in charge.
in this case, it was Dr. Logan.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else about this case?
No, sir.
All right. That's what.
Yeah, we'll go after or cross for this witness.
No.
Board have anything for this witness?
Oh,
Put it in.
Sorry. Do you have a regulation that or specifying how frequent inventories, physical inventory counts are required for controlled substances, or is that based on organizational policies and procedures?
There is a DEA requirement and the board pharmacy holds that requirement every 2 years. It's a bi-annual inventory that's normally done at the end of business on April 30th and the beginning before the opening of business on May 1st.
Based on your experience, do you find that organizations typically adhere just to the minimum requirements, or do they typically have policies in place that conduct those inventories more frequently?
It depends on the pharmacy and whether it's corporation or independent. But even in independence, a lot of them do a monthly audit every 6 months just to ensure that they're not having diversion of reports.
Yeah.
just a clarification. Looking at charge number 2, the part that reads as a charge to me is responsible for failure to maintain adequate security and accountability, et cetera, down to the annotated code 1792-311-87. In the last phrase, and grounds for revocation, I assume of her license, that's more of a consequence, but that's not the charge, right?
That is under the code. It allows for disciplinary action and it can include revocation.
Okay, so but the actual charge is if you fail to maintain adequate security and accountability.
The charge is that, and we've done the board felt like this is grounds for revocation. Yes.
Anyone else, David?
Councilman Brewer, do you have any recross as a result of the board's question?
Yes. I don't know if it's recross. I've never done this before. Can I tell my side of the story?
That'll be once he rests his case.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for this witness as a result of the
No.
board's question? Anything else, council?
Ask Dr. Graves.
Say no.
And Alex.
Now's your opportunity to present your side of the case.
I graduated pharmacy school from UAMS in 1990. Been a pharmacist for 32 years. And I worked hospital, but mostly retail. And I went to work in 2001 doing some relief work in Des Moines, which was my hometown. And worked under Larry Autry, which you probably know. He was one of my mentors. In 2012, I bought his store from him, and he went to work for me until his untimely passing. We've never had any problems with controls. Therefore, I did not see doing inventories and checking. I mean, I did inventories. I actually do end of the year inventories on all my drugs, but I never suspected any of my employees of taking medication. So I never compared to check if they were missing, which is my fault. I should have, but you get comfortable with your employees and you don't think people are going to do that to you. This technician, I don't think she did. This was reported. I contacted her on July 25th and asked her if she would be willing to come back because I had an employee that's the lead technician. On the morning of July 27th, we were texting, discussing different things of her coming back. I was telling her what I could offer her as far as vacation and everything. And suddenly that afternoon, the board calls and wants all documentation. there is a bitter custody battle going over her teenage daughter. It involves a lot of stuff. Her ex-husband is, and his wife are willing to pull any strings to try to get her out of the picture because they want custody of the daughter. Which is neither here nor there, but it has come up that that's who reported it. I asked her, I have asked her several times, point blank. She is adamant that she did not take it. I had an employee at that same time that was checking in orders. And that employee suddenly left. I don't know if she was the one diverting. I don't have any idea. 2 years ago, I can't really prove who did or who didn't. It was my responsibility, but like I said, I never had any reason to go back and check my numbers because I never had any problems with it before. We do C2 counts. They're perfect. So I just assumed that my other controls were in check too. As far as the other ones being off, from my understanding, when you do control inventories, other than C2s, they do not have to be exact counted. So there are estimations that were probably off as far as the other ones. The other numbers, the 1 milligram has very much concerned me because of the numbers it was off. I have put several checks and balances in place. The person that I mentioned that left abruptly before she left, she was not performing her job duties at all. I found she checked in the orders, all the orders. I found merchandise, because we are also a gift shop. I found merchandise that had been packed away that was never checked in, never checked for damages. Some of it was damaged and it had been upstairs in our storeroom so long, there was no way to get credit on. I don't know if I was shorted on some of this and she never reported it. Very possible, because she had just quit doing her job. And then just abruptly called me one night and said, I won't be back at work. I have started, since all of this has occurred, we are going through a double check system and we check in orders. I have 2 different people that have to sign off on my sheet that we actually received the medication. All of the controls that go out are double counted and initialed by that technician or the pharmacist that's working. My class 2 narcotics are initialed by a technician and a pharmacist and double counted. And when I say double count, if I go back and check it and your initials are on it, it better be right, because you've initialed it, that you double counted it. The different dates of me calling in and texting in, I was completely freaked out by all of this. And my first contact was not with Miss McCravey, it was with a gentleman that called me requesting my inventories. And one of the first things he said to me was, "You're not in trouble, we're investigating her." And so, but when anything like this happens, you involving the state board, it freaks you out. And so I was trying my best to get numbers. I had just changed my phone and internet system and was having major difficulties. My fax machine was not working, my e-scripts was not working, my phones were not working. I was basically shut down for a period. This happened during all of that, and I was trying to get everything going so we could keep functioning as a pharmacy. And it's like I would wake up one morning and think, well, did I check this? Did I check that? And I would get to work and start running numbers again, and I would email her because I thought, I've got to have this done. It did look really crazy because there were different days that I sent in different numbers, but it was all because I was trying to go through and justify and reason why this was happening, because I never suspected it. You know, it's almost impossible when you're trying to get all of this done with your phone lines and internet going to do your job. And, you know, I was trying to get all of it done, and some of it lacked a little bit, and but this employee that they contacted me about has gone back to work. I do not believe she diverted any drugs, or I would not have hired her back. My kids will tell you, my mom believes in you. She is with you 100%. But if she finds out you lie to her, she'll take you down. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. I do not think she stole, or she would not be working for me. She started on August 18th, and it was not reported until August 30th. She worked August 18th, August 19th. August 20th, I went on vacation. A much needed vacation after trying to get all of this taken care of. I was going to be on vacation for 10 days. 4 days into it, I contracted COVID. I was sick for 5 days. I was at the hospital with my daughter oldest daughter having surgery, trying to heal myself so I could go back to work on the 30th. On the 30th, when I did go back to work, I emailed the state board and notified them, and I did the thing online, adding her to our list of employees. And I was told to contact the DEA and fill out the 106. I did that. And as far as anything else, I mean, I'm going forward because I can't go backwards and change that they're gone. But I can dang sure test my employees now, which they all had a random drug test yesterday morning. I am starting random drug tests, and yesterday morning was our first one, and I got everybody when they came to work. And I had one employee that tested positive for amphetamines. She's on Atipex, so expected that. And she is not a technician, she's a clerk. But all I can do is learn from what has happened and try to go forward and check on my employees more and be more vigilant with my counts and my numbers. And I intend to do that.
They have a few. Good morning, Dr. Logan.
Good morning.
How long have you been the owner of Harris?
Since 2012.
And when the business is fully staffed, ideal world, every position filled, who all is working there?
We have 6 employees.
And does that include yourself?
Yes. I have 1 relief pharmacist, I have 2 technicians, a clerk, and then I have, my youngest daughter runs the gift, is running the gift department.
Small town setup.
Yes.
Drugstore, you got the gift shop.
Got the old soda fountain, yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm familiar with those. So who all will be handling controlled substances? Yourself, the relief pharmacist, and the techs?
And the techs, yes.
So there's been a lot of talk about this tech who worked for you and recently brought back their custody situation, all the nasty business with what's going on with her ex.
Yes.
But she was not employed at the time of these shortages, is that correct? What about you?
No, she was employed. She worked for me for almost 5 years.
Okay.
And then she was gone a year because she took another job in another town.
So she was there, and how many other techs were there at that time period? Give or take.
2.
And you've also testified about another tech that you had her job performance, which shall we say lacking at the end of her
Yes.
time working with you. And you said it's a little bit. There was merchandise missing. Is that correct?
No, it wasn't missing. It was never checked in properly.
Okay.
It was stored without being checked in or anything.
So she was a tech, but she was handling stuff beyond the pharmacy.
Yes.
Small business, you do what you got to
Do what you gotta do.
So did you,
I'm also a plumber.
I'm sure that could be helpful at times with your business, but, so did you have you say you have no suspicions about the first tech, your
Right.
head on? What about the other one you mentioned? Do you think?
No, I had no suspicions on her either.
Even at.
But when she left abruptly, like she did, it kind of questioned.
You had no suspicions at the time, but now that she's out the door, you kind of thinking, yeah.
Well, I mean, when you start looking at numbers and you're seeing that there's missing controlled substances, you start thinking back.
But in the end, I mean, your name's on the door, the buck
That's
stops
right.
with you, so everything, no matter who took it, whether it was 1, 2, 7 different people you had in your employee, buck stops with you, correct?
Right.
And you testified you made some changes on this?
I have.
That's the witness.
Does the board have any questions for this witness?
Dr. Logan, you've been presented with these charts, you've heard testimony. And I'm still not clear what action you're requesting the board take with regard to these charges. Could you specify what you would like the board to do?
Well, I mean, I'm going forward and trying to, there's no way to rectify what has happened, but I'm going forward and learning from this and trying to prevent it from happening again. I'm not sure what,
So that there's no question that what you're being charged with happened. Right?
no, I mean, it's missing. I don't know if it was taken. I don't know if it was not ever brought to my attention that we never got it. I don't have any idea.
I think the charges suggest that your license should be terminated as a result.
Yes.
Do you have an alternative to propose to the board?
To my license being terminated,
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's, I mean, suspension or anything. I mean, that this is my life. It has been for 32 years. I've never had any problem like this before.
And you may have answered some of these, I was kind of writing them down. How did you do your inventory? Was it a manual? Like, after you got the call from Dr. McCurdy and you did the inventory, did you like physically count every tablet, or did you counter, or how did that work?
No, I physically counted every tablet.
Okay. What about for the biennial inventory? So you estimated.
Yes, on controls, the class 3 through 5s, they're estimated.
Okay.
They're not exactly counted. I do exact count my C2s, but not the rest of them.
For your estimation, what bottle size of Xanax did you buy? For the one, let's start with
The 1 milligram is a 500.
500.
Yes.
Do you buy any other than, larger than
I believe that we had a 1,000 count come in at one time. I think I probably returned it because you've got customers that don't want that particular one.
Okay. When was your last, or have you ever been inspected by DEA?
DEA, yes, we have inspections almost yearly.
Do you know when the last one was?
July, maybe of last year.
Are you talking about the DEA or the state board?
Oh, the state board, DEA, no.
You've never been inspected by DEA?
No.
Okay, because typically when DEA comes in, they actually will audit your.
Okay, no, we've never had a DEA inspection.
Okay, and then I have 2 more. I'm hearing a lot about the actual missing tablets, which is the most important thing. But I'm also concerned about the discrepancy between what your pharmacy dispensing records show that you dispensed and what's been reported to the DEA. Do you have an explanation for that?
I don't. Our computer is set up to automatically send reports to them every night, so I do not have. My software system automatically sends them on a daily basis to the PMP, so I have no idea why there is a discrepancy there.
Okay, and then my last question is, can you describe for us what new policies or procedures you put in place for the go forward plan?
Yes, the technicians, there will be 2 technicians that will be signing in the medication off of the invoice when we get our order every day. And then as far as dispensing, there will be the technician or pharmacist that dispenses the controls has to initial that they have double counted those controls, and the class 2s have to have a technician and a pharmacist, both double count them and initial the bottle.
Do you have any safeguards around who can actually place orders?
Placing the orders? No.
I would strongly recommend that you look at that. Person that places the order be a different person than the person who checks the order in. And then also look at reconciling all of your invoices in what's been purchased from. Because I will tell you from my very first day, my very first rotation, the pharmacist discovered a theft by an employee and was absolutely devastated because he never ever thought this employee would do this again. And nobody ever thinks it will until it does.
I think it's a hope more than you hope that your employees think more of you in doing that.
Yes. But that has put you in a situation where you're now sitting there hoping we let you leave here with your license. And to be clear, I don't think we should revoke your license.
Questions I'm gonna have, and most of them have been asked now, so it's whittled down. But any concerns I have are going to be exclusive of any technician that you think did not do it, or exclusive of a technician that you think, in retrospect, looking back, could have done. Do you agree that it sounds like that now, this having passed, that in retrospect, that you look back and you've identified that there may be potential reasons why interim audits between binding inventories would be a good thing to do? Do you agree with that, yes or no?
Yes. Yes, and not only the inventory, but going back and looking at the purchases and everything and making sure that there's no discrepancy with your counts.
Would you agree with me that this is not a trust issue? That for controlled substances, same as county money, that it's not that you're going, I trust you, so I'm not going to go back and second yes, but that it's a process, that you have an accountability to which you're beholden, that is, you have to account for the drugs that you have in your pharmacy, and that having systems in place to make sure that that's correct, that is a process, not a trust issue. Okay, you agree?
Yes.
Okay. You agree, you are the PIC, so this comes back on you. Okay. Do you agree that there is in fact a discrepancy in the count?
Yes.
Whether we call it significant or not, you all may differ, but there is quite a number of counts missing. And did you, I mean, by evidence of the lack of safeguards in place to be able to detect, do you agree that you failed to have adequate security to be able to account for and know going forward, except for every 2-year inventory, that you did not have anything in place to tell you otherwise?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board? See any other questions from the board or on the screen?
I do have one more question. I think every time I go through my list, it's all I'm gonna ask. Do you know what happened to the bills?
I can go on.
Do you know if this was going on before the 2008, or is as far as you know, this inventory or audit was done?
As far as I know, this was the only time. And I believe there was a question on the 282 that were missing earlier. I went back and broke it down because it went from July 7th, I think, of 2020 up until July of this year. I went and broke it down, and I think the 282 that was questioned was the total difference in the whole year. There was a lot of difference from July to the end of 2020. It was a big discrepancy there. For the whole year of 2021, the difference was 282. And then there was a very little difference for the first 6 months of this year. I have pinpointed when it was, but as far as who or what happened, I don't know. And I would like to add, I drug tested myself yesterday too. I was negative.
Okay, have you ever done a random drug test in your store?
I had not, but I see now that I need to be doing that. And they will be performed frequently.
Yeah, but oftentimes, the person is given, they're not taking them.
Well, that's true. And that's one of the things, the one that was complained on. I thought back and tried to think, was there any time period that she was spending extravagantly that she may have been selling? And there's not been any time.
The employee that you suspect may have been the
Yes.
culprit, when did they leave?
She left at the end of.
So after she was gone, you still had a couple hundred tablets missing.
No, that was.
By your count.
That was when the majority of them were gone.
Well, I'm saying, but after she left, that person,
Yes,
you still had accountability issues. You still had basically irrefutable evidence that tablets are missing.
yes,
So you have irrefutable evidence that somewhere, someone is stealing from you.
in that time period, yes.
I don't think she knew contemporary.
Oh, sure. I'm just, I guess, struggling still to piece that with.
I mean, I did not realize it at that
Oh,
time.
sure, but right now, today, in this period, you
Yes.
seem to still be in denial that anyone would steal from you, even though after this person that you thought was stealing from you left, you were still missing almost 300 tablets. So like, someone somewhere is still stealing from you, but yet you cannot
Well, that's-
acknowledge that.
That's an estimated, I mean,
Okay, that's good, all right.
yeah, that could be off an estimation without exact counts. Which I will be exact counting from now on as well.
That's what I was gonna recommend. I think you should just exact count.
Yes,
Can I go back to something you said just a few minutes ago? Did you say that your counts had been more accurate the first 6 months of this year?
yes. All of last year and the first 6 months.
All
of
last
this
year, the first 6 months.
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like you kind of ruled out potential for abuse, including yourself in the pharmacy as appraisal. Is there an appraisal problem in between? No.
Not really. I mean, probably so, but no more than anything else. I mean,
And does your computer system provide for a way that you can do a count back right at the time?
no. No, but we have started doing that as well. Every time we mark the bottles, every time we dispense any out of any controlled substance bottle, we are going back and hand counting it at that time, even if it's a 500 count bottle. We are hand counting and marking that number on the bottle. So that when we see that we're filling a prescription for 60, we know how many is supposed to be in that bottle. And if it's off, it's gonna be, I mean, so far it hasn't been off, but it will be attended to at that time and not 2 years down the road.
thing I want to say with the perpetual inventory, we have a lot. Your controls along with your other medications in there, say your reorder points, those back counts when you, dispense controls, whether it's 5, 4, 3, 2, and shortage reports. Those are all things that if I was in your situation. Because you can test everybody all you want, there's a whole other bucket somewhere.
How, I guess, have you had the same relief pharmacist for this entire time period, and approximately how often does that relief pharmacist work?
No, he just started this year and he works 1 day average.
Okay.
Normally.
Dr. Logan, you've specified certain remediative actions that you've taken as a result of this.
Yes.
Could you very briefly summarize what each of those actions are and when they were first implemented? Being actually done, not just planned, set out as a policy, but when it was first, like for example, yesterday you said you've done the random drug testing, but you first did that yesterday.
Yes.
Could you go through the other remediative actions and when they were first implemented?
As far as the double counting of the controls, we've been doing that for approximately a year because we were having complaints that we were a tablet or two off. So we started that about a year ago. As far as the controlled being, the C2s being double counted, we've been doing that for probably 2 years. And that's just for, protection purposes, because we didn't want the C2 counts off in the lease. We want them to be exact. So that was started probably a year and a half ago. Now, as far as the counting, marking the bottles, that was implemented probably a month ago after we started all of this.
Okay, I'm still confused. This problem first arose with the issue with the pharmacy. And what remediative actions have you taken subsequent to the issue of the pharmacy board? Apparently what you were doing before wasn't working. So what have you done to correct the problem that first arose with the pharmacy board?
Well, we've started counting all of the controls after we dispense any. We're making sure that there's a correct number in that bottle, in each bottle. That way the number is on the bottle, and we know if we're dispensing 60 tablets, that number should be 60 less. And if it's more than 60 less, we've got to go back and find out why.
Anything else?
No, other than me being vigilant about the counting them exactly. I will be counting them exactly, and I've changed some of my protocols as far as the counting of the medication and accounting for the medication.
So again, I'm not a pharmacist, so I'll help you with this.
Okay.
Let's say somebody has been stealing pills out of a particular bottle. You're going to discover that later.
Well, now it will be when we fill the next prescription, because it should contain the number on that bottle.
Okay, so you're ready to fill the next prescription, and you take that bottle off the shelf.
Yes.
And instead of having, say, 100 pills in it, it has 80 or 7?
Yes,
Do you count all of the bills in the bottom at that time?
yes.
So you would know at that point there.
We will know at that point, yes. And I can go back if somebody forgot, so we were really busy and somebody forgot to go through and mark the bottle, that they have taken that many out. And I can go back and run a thing on my computer to see how many we filled that day.
Well, let's say somebody is getting ready to fill a new prescription out of that bottle.
Yes,
They take the bottle down, they count the total number of tablets, and you find that corresponds to what's written on the bottle.
right.
Okay. Is there any documentation of that done at the time?
No, other than the prescription is signed at that time, and I mean, and they date it, what date that was that they're signing those prescriptions out. I mean, that they've taken those tablets out of it.
But you said that you get a script, you count it out, you do the count back, you determine how many left in the bottle, you write that on the bottle.
Yes,
Okay, so you're documenting on the side of the
yes,
bottle.
it's
too.
documented on the bottle. Yes,
So there'll be, what, a date or something each time?
yes,
That happens?
yes.
Any other questions from the board?
Not a question, just a statement. You know, you've said that you don't think that Southern employee took it. And I don't advocate a work environment of distrust, but there's also the concept of trust and verify. With you being a PIC, that's your responsibility. My experience has been that people will break your heart with people that you trust. And so just make sure moving forward that you keep that in mind, that your responsibility is to verify.
Do you have anything else to say as a result of this question? Any other girls? Do you have any other witnesses? No. You rest your case at this time?
Yes.
Council, close the statement.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, looking at the testimony and exhibits and evidence, I think the board has more than met its burden on 5 charges. There is a discrepancy in the controlled substance in question here. I mean, there was an innuendo, guesses, conjectures as to exactly who is responsible, whether it's 1, 5, 2, 10 people, whoever. The controlled substance is not accounted for properly in a manner that Dr. Fain described as significant. I think her choice of that word is significant. At the risk of sounding redundant, and at the end of the day, as she admitted, Dr. Logan is her name on the door, the buck stops with her. In the end, she was the one held responsible, and for that reason, I feel that the board is more than met its burden as to the 5 charges being improvement. So I would ask you to go into deliberations to make findings of fact and conclusions of the law commensurate with the order notice of hearing, and assess whatever sanction you feel is necessary. I will, since there was some discussion about what one of the charges states about revocation, yes, that is very much on the table anytime this board meets and has a hearing, but I always remind y'all of, in your statute, y'all do have alternative sanctions, suspension, monetary fine, not to exceed $500 per violation, completion of appropriate education programs, further examinations, conditions, and restrictions on licensure, and other options on the table that you have aside from revocation. But at the end of the day, the evidence is there and violations occur.
Do you have any closing arguments on that?
I just asked the board to consider that I have been in practice for 32 years, and this is the first time I've ever had any problems with anything, and I'm learning the hard way, unfortunately. I have put practices in action to prevent this from happening again. hopefully you'll never see my face again.
This time we'll go off the record with the board's recess for deliberations and decision regarding finding the fact conclusions of law, and or any penalties to be given to them. Once the board reaches the decision, we'll go back on the record. We're off the record.
Comments? Conversation?
I hate the rules.
Doesn't seem natural for zero tolerance.
No.
I think that, as far as the comments that conclusions of law that we have to make, I think I would suggest that we accept the allegation to the charge under A1 and so forth, as the findings of fact. And as far as the conclusions of law, we adopt the language of the charges. And that then leaves us just with the question of what action do we get. I think the case is certainly.
Well, I think a bit of exception to that, and that I'd ask for clarification, and it still seems to me that while the verbiage may be there under charge 2, that grounds for revocation are a consequence, but that's not a charge in and of itself. Quite frankly, I'm not in favor of taking a license. And I'm not sure that charge 1 has been proved. I don't know that she willfully was guilty of fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. I think she was guilty of number 2, that she didn't have the safety in place. But I don't think, I mean, based on her presentation here today and her demeanor, and at no point has she said, tried to seem to be deceitful. So I would disagree with charge 1. Charge number 5, I think, relates back directly to the lack of security. So, I mean, she willfully, not wantonly, but willfully, by not having systems in place to be able to catch the losses, it's an error of omission. So that's still willful. You failed to do it as opposed to you did something that was wrong.
But to me, C1 is not saying intentionally guilty, she is guilty. And the fraud, to me, is, to Becca's point, the discrepancy between what the PMP says and what her system says. So she is accountable for that, and that is misrepresentation.
Well, if we're going to hold her accountable for discrepancy between what her system says and what PMP says, then we're going to have no data.
Well,
we don't have enough information.
I would almost have to have a comparison between the mismatches and more of an investigation of why the mismatch happened.
I don't think we have enough information.
Yeah, I actually wrote that down. I would really like to see a comparison of the PDMP to the prescription history year to date. And I appreciate her candor and what she has said today, but I think, if I'm just being honest, I think the steps that have been taken for correction are very minimal and not in any way adequate. I think they are just like scratching the surface, right? Which is clearly a problem. I think, the controls of like who can change the status or like the class of a drug in the software system needs to be locked down, and we need a comparison of what was reported to the PDMP and what was dispensed, and like who ran those orders through and who has edited or audited, those transactions, because there's still a problem that we have no explanation for.
I actually wrote that down too, same as you, as a potential outcome of our findings, is that one investigation. Back on what additional controls can be put in place. Can you limit security to whatever environment there was a work plan? Can you limit access and security within the software to prevent that?
So what software, can we go on the record just briefly?
We can go back on the record if the board has Further questions, should we call,
Well, I can ask-
it don't have to be the board. we don't need the board.
Either one, it doesn't really matter. I can ask the board, or I just want to know what software she's
I'm gonna go back on the record for the purpose of having this follow-up questions.
Well, I just want to, we'll come right back, right? This is just briefly, I just want to, what software, the pharmacy software,
I use software strategies.
software strategy. Thank you.
Council, do you have anything to go back on the record at this time?
Most softwares, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with software strategy, but, the 6 or 7, 8 that I've worked on since, they were like we were playing a team. You put in an NDC number and it fills in the drug field, including the schedule. So it would almost be like somebody would have to go in and take it out. And then with some systems, particularly, I would think that each time there's an update or a reboot or anything to that system, it would put it back in. So that being said, as far as the workaround on PD, that would be something that I would think would have to be repeatedly done to prevent.
Well, and I think, one of the biggest problems that I see, and probably the reason for like the inadequate remediation we've seen already, is just a complete naivety to diversion, right? And so whatever our decision and our order is, I would like to request that we require her to do
Specific
continuing
things.
education specific to preventing diversion. I think just the real world exposure of the way these criminal brains work, like things that you would never think of, and it would never occur to you.
No.
Could be a loophole. If your brain doesn't work like that and you've never seen it, you're not gonna have any idea. And I think that CE would be very valuable for her.
Does anybody?
Well, one thing I would like to see is that she start implementing, random audits, who's maybe 5 to 10 drugs a week.
Like
how they-
short reports.
Yeah, short reports is another way to say it. But do those, incorporate random audits, into her, business plan.
Which would be waiting for her to be able to tell whether her other processes are working.
Right,
Well, it keeps it from getting too far down.
right. Because this is only one drug we saw, there may be
Right.
others.
Dr. Mack, do you have anything to add or questions or anything?
I agree that it's probably the most alarming, just that she didn't believe it could happen, therefore it probably shouldn't have happened. But I think Dr. Jolly made it very clear that they will break your heart, and you just have to inspect everything you do and not just say it, put your head in the sand and think it couldn't happen because you like the person or you trust the person. But I think her demonstrating some type of real check that we're kind of discussing right now is what we need to have happen, because some is missing, regardless of exactly which count, some is missing, and she needs to be able to verify this as she goes through each day to make sure she knows her record, her reflection is correct.
I'm to accept the charges as is well. And I may need some education on this, but I understand the fraud is, it doesn't have to be willful. At least in a lot of federal government concerns, so I'm going to assume the same thing here. I'm agree with her. Consider accepting the allegations and charges. Is that fine?
So we talked about CE, we talked about requiring her to do regular audits. Parking is where you want her to turn them into the board or?
No, also part of the probation. Separate, under no watch.
Or,
$500 charge.
Oh, the charge, not for that.
I probably not agree with this.
I still disagree with charge one, but I'll go with whatever the board does on that one. As far as CE goes, let's make it matter, 10 hours. Specifically focused on controlled substance. And who knows, because things can branch out, not just accountability, but corresponding responsibility, suspicious order monitoring reports from the wholesaler. I would.
Version prevention, I think that all falls
Yeah.
under.
So
And
all.
do you want those 10 hours to be on top of the?
Yes, that's in addition to a 30 hour for biannual renewal. And finally, accountability back to the board is to, after she's done some CE, to prepare a comprehensive plan of what she has done, summarize what she has done as well as what she is going to do. Put it in a letter to the board memorializing that that's her commitment. That way you're following.
How far out?
Well, I'd give her 3 or 4 months to get 10 hours of additional CE.
I would like to see some counts after 2 or 3 months. I'd like to see that after 2 or 3 months, those counts are on.
Well, we could include that in the request for a letter, but I would just, I want to give her some time to do the CE, not just go back and sit down, figure it out, then go to the CE. It kind of defeats the purpose of the CE. So give her some period of time, 90 days, and reasonable for to get 10 hours, specifically focused on controlled substance. Then come up with a comprehensive plan, summarize what she's already done as far as her count backs on after each prescription. Your drug testing, we include in there a request for reconciliation, TDP. Include some sample counts to show specifically for appraisal land, but it could be for other drugs, and I'm hopeful that she's doing this for all of the controlled substances. Summarize that in a comprehensive letter to tell us what she's done so this won't happen.
So in that, do you want, or do you need a distinction between newly implemented actions versus things? Because the question was asked to her a couple of different times and a couple of different things, and she responded that like the double counting or she did that for a year, but there's been missing things since those were implemented, so.
I'd include it all.
Include it all,
Make a comprehensive plan of everything you were doing.
and then that was
Just
started.
say again, go through the step, I'm sorry. Just give me a list of what you just, so I know, I see it all at once.
Her plan can have whatever she feels appropriate her plan is, but some timeline on when it was specifically implemented. There's a couple of things she spoke about today were implemented, and then there were still missing things after.
Being a professor, we take notice that I would encourage you to write this down.
So what do we want, what do we want her to do now? So as far as you want controlled substance, no, you want CE, I know CE, 10 hours of CE.
Yeah, 10 hours of CE on controlled substances, including accountability, suspicious order monitoring, corresponding responsibility, anything on controlled substance accountability.
All right, and then
$500
how much?
Dr. Mitchell, you get this down.
I'm kind of $2,500 fine.
Oh, it's $500.
$500 per charge, and there's 5 charges. I have one cup of coffee, but I think that's the right.
Per charge or per drug?
No, 500 charge.
Okay.
And then Dr. Nixon said probation, but we didn't talk about how long, 2 years.
What is that probation involved?
She don't even have it with us. happen in the store. And here, right back here.
And then we had regular audits, you said weekly, I was thinking monthly, so fine.
Let's see.
Quarterly? You said 2 years. Oh, okay.
No, this is only audits. I said monthly.
How many does? 10?
Of the how we, pipe them drugs.
Okay, we want to see a reconciliation with the PD&P, but I think we need to be specific on a date range for that, and I think, for me, I think year to date would be sufficient, right? Yeah, calendar year, like so, January 1, 2022. To what's today?
On the audits, you really prefer focus on police force and violence, which is probably.
How like that?
Are you doing a perpetual home twos? Yeah, that's it.
What she said.
And then on the summary of remediation activities to the board, which I would be fine with that coming at the same time as the PD reconciliation. I think we need to put a timeline of when we expect to receive that back. And I mean, it's not be possible, but ideally, I would really like to see to have that before the next board meeting. That way, if it's not sufficient and the staff still has concerns, we can call her back.
What do you want to do for that?
Well, just the summary of like, how are these monthly audits going? And the reconciliation with PD. Does that give us enough time, or that's February?
I mean, we could ask just before she comes in to bring a short report of these same drugs.
Well, I don't want to make her come back if the report satisfies board staff, right? She can provide paper evidence that everything is good and that she's done all these things and she's doing these monthly, inventory counts and everything is spot on. Have an explanation for what happened with the EDP. If she can provide all that staff and they're good with it, then I don't have to have another hearing.
So do we want to get monthly audits on 10 drugs for 24 months?
No.
Did I misunderstand that?
And they, that's the same thing in her first report out. She's continuing on, but unless there's
So do we know when our next board meeting?
February.
22nd.
22nd, 23rd.
Okay, then we could give her up to like end of January to get CE done. And get her report then to us, and I would include it as CE.
Okay. So summary of remediation to the board, we want to see the PDMP. When do you want the summary of the board to January 31st? Write this down so I can say it.
So her letter would include the remediation of all plans that she has for controlled substance accountability. That's 1. 2 is reconciliation of PD&D. 3 are samples of her random audits to show that it's working. And 4 is a copy of her CD certificate. Just print out the list of classes.
Okay, last question. Allegations proven and charges true, or do I have that backwards?
As far as Dr. Richard's comment about adopting charge C1 as a finding of fact, it's not necessary because C1 is what gives us, that statute gives us the power to suspend or revoke. Since we're not suspending or revoking, it's really not necessary for us to make that conclusion of law.
I'd rather not see it in there.
So I will, since we're not going to that action, it would be irrelevant anyway. So I would suggest that our conclusions of law be C2 through C5.
And so C1 is not proven.
Well, I don't think we need to say, we just need to say it one more time.
And are there any investigative costs that need to be considered? No,
David, do you have anything? Can you hear this?
Yes, I can hear everything. We're talking about, are you talking about additional than the $500 the kind of investigation cost or?
Anything you like, didn't like, wanted to add? Just
No,
wanted
I was good with it.
I do think, so the 24 months was for how long her license will be on probation. But I do think we should put a timeline on how long we expect her to do the monthly audits as a requirement of the board.
Oh, maybe she wants to start doing that.
In
Just for-
perpetuity.
Right, just that's for her safety. Yeah,
So that's not something we're gonna audit her on.
No, we won't audit it, but it's something that she needs to pick up and make it part of her, a practice plan.
Yeah, we would encourage her to just make that part of her.
Well, then just have a audit of these drugs, so that we say from count down last 2 months.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm thinking is that if we put it in this order that she has to do it, then when one of our inspectors goes in to do a just regular routine inspection, they're gonna look at the order and they're gonna see this, right?
Right.
So that it's a requirement, of course, it's best practice, but as a requirement in this order, it's above and beyond what is actually in the rules and regulations. And so I would like to put like an end date just for our inspectors, so they don't come in 10 years and be like, are you still doing nothing on it?
Or if it has part of a recommendation, I should be a plan, a response plan to us together. Just recommend that that's part of what she puts in her response back to us.
I think myself, just from a from an inspection standpoint and for our standpoint, I would like to see something. I mean, like if she comes in February, or she sends us something in February, we at least, whether it's done, like it's part of 10 drugs done monthly or whatever, I want to see this that's been fixed. There's no more leak in this bucket right here, this office. So when she comes in, we want to see all of this dead. There might be another wheel lock up, but we want this one fixed. And then if there is another one, we want the things in place to where she can detect it and fix it. Because right now, she doesn't have those things in place.
Well, here's the accountability, is that we're asking for a report. And as an appendix, if you will, to that report, we're asking for samples of her accountability audit that Dr. Newsom is recommending. We're also recommending that she incorporate this as just part of her usual practice. Our requirement on her to give us feedback ends with the report.
Right.
But if she does not incorporate this, and then at some point down the road, she has a problem again with the same thing, different drug or whatever, then we can point to them and say, look, we recommended that you do this and you didn't do it. So at that point, then she becomes beholden to that.
But whatever's happening, wherever leak is, yes, we need to make sure it stops.
And I think it's clear to her now, but an audit is not an inventory, right? An inventory is just counting it. An audit is this is what I actually have, this is what I'm supposed to have.
Correct.
And there is an important and clear distinction there.
Okay.
And if they
I
don't
don't want
match,
an inventory, I don't care about inventory, I want an audit.
yeah, and if they don't match, why do they not?
Right.
Figure out the problem.
Correct.
Okay. So here's what I have, just before we go back on the record. So that we're gonna find the allegations to her and charges 2 through 5 proven. So we're going to levy a $2,000 fine and put her pharmacist license on probation for 2 years. We're gonna require that she do 10 hours of CE above and beyond her renewal requirements, but specifically in areas of diversion prevention and anything that might fall under that umbrella. We're gonna ask that she, are we asking that she does monthly audits or we're recommending?
Well, for the purposes of this report, I'd say that we're asking to do 10 random audits until the end of January.
Okay, so we want a summary, a written report provided to the board by the end of January that shows completion of those 10 hours of CE, monthly audits of at least 10 drugs, and specifically of these outbreak drugs, showing the accountability. And then we would also like a reconciliation of what has actually been dispensed from her store and what's been reported to the PD&P for January 1st through October 19th of this year. And all of those things can be provided in a written report to the board that is due no later than January 31st, 2023. Does that sound right? Sorry, the governor to say all that again.
There you go, record.
Yes. Oh.
Anybody else have anything else? All right, let's do it.
All right, we're back on the record in this matter for the board's vote. Turn it over to the chair.
We have a motion.
In the matter of Harris Drug Gifts and Sheila Logan, case number 2022-093. The board finds that allegations A1 through A10 are true and charges C2 through C5 are proven. Given those findings, the board would like to make the following motion that Dr. Logan be given a $2,000 disciplinary fine and her pharmacist license put on probation for 2 years from today, or I guess the date that it's signed, that she have a series of requirements that are to be summarized to the board in a written report provided not later than January 31st of 2023, and those requirements at minimum are as follows. That she complete 10 hours of CE on diversion prevention that is above and beyond the continuing education required for routine renewal of her license. That she perform monthly audits of at least 10 drugs, showing accountability of what's been received and dispensed and what is on hand, and specifically that the appraisal and drugs discussed in today's hearing be accounted for. We would also like to see reconciliation of what has been dispensed from her store and what is being reported to the PD&P for January 1st through October the 19th of 2022. And then a written report of anything else she has done to prevent diversion in her store moving forward.
We have a motion and a second.
It's a point of clarification, the $2,000 is $500 for a violation, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Would you amend the motion?
I would.
Would you amend it to $500? Because we took out all the charges, so.
I thought we were told we couldn't impose a fine more than $500 per.
Is that correct?
Correct. So we could therefore reduce the total from 2,500 to 2,000 if only.
Okay, thank you, I'm sorry.
There is no amendment to the motion.
Well, one amendment.
Okay.
The CE, you said diversion. I would add of controlled substance.
So
I
amendment.
mean, it should be obvious, but let's be clear.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Okay.
amendment.
Anybody have anything else? All right, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor, please raise your
I
hand.
think you may have to call the question to the amendment first.
Oh.
The motion itself.
All right, so we'll call question to Dr. Richmond's amendment to make sure that the words controlled substances are included on the CE. We have any other comments on that? All in favor, please raise your hand, signify aye.
Hi.
All men, remain. All right, so amendment passes. The motion by Dr. Mitchell. All in favor? Any opposed? I see that. Okay.
Let the record reflect that the vote on the motion, the amended motion, says that it was unanimous. You can, board's counsel, can please reduce the decision to writing and make service of all parties. The respondent cares to appeal the decision, and appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board under the Administrative Procedures Act found in Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 et sec. If there are no other questions or comments, the hearing is concluded and the record is closed as to this matter.
I don't do this or have any names for you, but I do know that there are services where you can actually bring somebody in to help you with these kinds of things. And that's okay, like, it's okay. The report needs to come from you, but if you want to get somebody to come in and help you that has expertise in DEA stuff, that's not a bad thing.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Get lunch or I'm not sure what the schedule here is like
So we
today.
have one more hearing that's here that should, I believe, be much faster than that. I have a hard 1 o'clock for our rule hearing that we can do public comments.
12:24.
What do you want to do?
Well, not knowing what it's about, I don't know how we.
Well,
This is the.
Unless you want to do something else right quick until 1 o'clock.
let's either eat now or
We
eat.
can't go to lunch at one, because we have to do the rule
Right.
set.
I'll say,
I think it will be fast.
yeah, that's what.
I've got 2 comments that have been sent in to provide you guys. I think I have 1 or 2 people that want to use for comments.
That's another option.
What do you want to do?
So it's
Yeah. I know.
All right, we're going to wait for lunch, do this now. All right.
Steve,
Everybody's time to go back.
we've been at this for 2.5 hours and we need a restroom.
I think we just need to move
Yeah,
forward.
that's what we're going, yeah.
We're not gonna get.
Joe, what's the
Wasting
motion?
time talking about it.
The next case is Valeria Beltran.
So Dr. Kraus, there was a lot of talking there. What are we gonna do?
Push on through.
Okay,
Just for everybody's, just for the record, this one was scheduled at 11:30 or 10 o'clock, and 11 o'clock hearing are scheduled. Those parties are not here. Ms. Beltran is here, and since she's here, we'll go ahead and take her up instead of dealing with people who aren't here.
Get rolling on this. You ready? Board ready?
Ready.
All right. Okay, my name is Adam Jackson. I'm a hearing officer today in the matter of Valeria Beltran, PT 12247, case number 2022-070, which will be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, October 19th, 2022. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
My name is Valeria Beltran.
Are you represented by counsel? You know, you have the right to be represented by counsel, and are you ready to proceed in this matter? Counsel, you can identify yourself for the record.
Assistant Attorney General Joe West for the board.
Oh, Mr. Beltran, before you did receive a copy of the order of notice of hearing.
Yes.
For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that strict rules of evidence do not apply and the parties will be given latitude to introduce the evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence today. All participants of the hearing should be aware that the proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing and deliberations of the board are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, advise me and we'll take a break. Council, who can be witnesses here?
Dr. Brown, McMurray, so support.
Ms. Beltran, I'm assuming you're testifying on your own behalf? Yes. Okay, if both of y'all can raise your right hand, just one minute. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect both witnesses have been sworn in. Council, would any preliminary matters need to be addressed?
Yes, there is an exhibit packet that contains exhibits that are marked hold number 1 through 12. That has been provided to Ms. Beltran. I would move this be introduced into the record and published to the board.
And Ms. Beltran, you've received a copy of this, correct?
I did.
If you have any objections,
Mm.
they will be admitted at this time. Council, do you have anything else?
No, nothing further.
Council, would you like to make an opening statement?
I'll waive opening.
Would you like to make an opening statement now or refer your opening statement to the start of your case?
I haven't seen.
You may proceed. Yes, yes.
First of all, I want to start by saying I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I did not speak up for myself. I'm sorry that I failed the patients at community pharmacy. I'm sorry that I failed my coworkers. It was never my intention, and I say that with all my heart. I was not aware that my previous coworker, was going to bring marijuana from us. My previous coworker, Stephanie, and I never agreed to that. We were sure there was no way I would be able to bring that to our workplace and put us in that position. When Stephanie took the first bite, I could have sworn I was kidding. But when I took my bite and I realized she wasn't, I proceeded to go to the restroom and spit it out, but I had already swallowed some of it. After, my hands were shaking and I felt nauseous about an hour and a half after taking that bite. I knew things weren't right. I proceeded to stay at my spot and I didn't tell anyone what I had done. I apologize for that because I should have said something. I should have told the pharmacist. I was scared and I was ashamed. I take full responsibility for that. That is not my character, and in that moment, I felt like it was just not real. There was no way that was happening. When I was fired from community pharmacy, I was devastated. I loved my job. I loved helping people. I loved seeing people's smiles on their faces when their copays went from $50 to $5. I loved vaccinating people and making them comfortable while receiving their vaccine. I loved going the extra mile for our patients. I set up multiple appointments with our insurance specialists to get people on better insurance. I called people to help them get on their sleep program. I spent hot and cold days outside as a clerk providing curbside assistance. That fulfilled my heart. I enjoyed learning about medications. I enjoyed helping the pharmacists translate to provide better care to our patients. I thought a lot about our regular patients when I was terminated. I got really close to some of them, and that broke my heart because that meant that I wouldn't see them anymore. I thought about the family I had made at the pharmacy. Walking in there every day to see where I was needed made me eager to get up every morning. Working as a team to provide award-winning care to our patients would ultimately be my favorite thing. I want to be a part of a team and make the trip to the pharmacy easy for everyone. I want everybody who calls the pharmacy to be treated with care. I always woke up thinking this could be one of my family members needing help, so I did everything out of love. I want you to be a part of the family at a pharmacy again. I want to celebrate Pharmacy Week with my coworkers and celebrate each other, and I beg that you can give me that opportunity. This has been a huge lesson learned. I learned to stand up for myself and fight for what I believe in. I learned to be thankful for every opportunity that this has given me. I've learned that pharmacy is a huge passion of mine. No matter how many times insurance would reject my claim, I love learning on how to fix my mistakes. This is me realizing that I should have told a pharmacy. This is me realizing that I should have never doubted myself. I'm deeply sorry for that. But I don't want to lose my license. I don't want to lose the opportunity to help my community. I don't want to stop going the extra mile for patients. I don't want to close this chapter in my life just yet. I believe there are many more people that I will help, hundreds of patients that I will help counsel, plenty of medications to learn from. I beg that you don't take that opportunity for me. I know you can, but I pray that you have mercy on me. Lastly, I want to end by saying this is not who I am. This is not who I was or will be. I was raised better than this. This is something that made me realize what an honor it is to be a pharmacy technician and the importance and responsibility of this role. I know this is not something to take lightly, but I can promise you, you will not see this happen again. Please give me another chance to prove to you who I am. Give me the chance to show you how much I care about all of our patients. Give me the chance to keep learning and growing. I beg that you can have grace on me. It was never my intention, and I can't go back in time and walk away. But what I can do is stand up for myself and be honest. This is my chance. This is opportunity to say that it was not intentional. I traveled all over here for another opportunity, and I'm hoping I can go home with a bright future in the pharmacy field. I beg that you can forgive me and give me another chance. I will not disappoint you or our patients. Thank you.
Councilman McMurray.
Alderman McMurray.
Record reflects what was sworn in, you know, to Sheila.
Thank you. State your name for the record, please. And, Dr. McCray, who's your current employer?
Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy,
What do you do for them?
I'm the assistant director
And how long have you been self-employed?
since 2011.
And, are you a licensed pharmacist as well?
I've been a licensed pharmacist since 1986.
And in your capacity as assistant director, did you become aware of the incident at the, community pharmacy in Springdale over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what happened?
We received an email from the owner and pharmacist in charge that she was not actually in pharmacy at the time, but that she had been informed by the pharmacist that was on duty. I think that's under tab number 4 or exhibit 4, that she had been advised that 3 pharmacy technicians had consumed edible marijuana on the clock at the pharmacy, including Ms. Beltran that's here today.
And, was there a statement provided by the pharmacist who was present at the time?
There are 2 statements. There's one from the owner and there's also one from the pharmacist that came in at noon and actually sent me home. Her statement is under exhibit number 11.
It's also said of the notarized version.
That is correct. We asked them to notarize it to say that the clinics in the city of Springdale today could not be here, so it's a notarized statement.
That's from Kate Howell.
Yes, sir.
What's Dr. Howard say? Summarize that for the board.
Dr. Howard arrived at 12:11.
I'm sorry. Does anybody else have exhibit 11? I'm only go through 9.
Oh, the screen one goes through, you are correct.
And while we're getting that, for the board's benefit, exhibit 7 and exhibit 11 are identical. One is just notarized, the other is not.
Exhibit 7, which is the same statement as the notarized document, states that at between 1 and 1:30, Dr. Howard asked Carla where Stephanie was because she hadn't seen her. Carla informed her that Audie had brought a wheat brownie and Stephanie ate it. Carla told me that Stephanie wasn't feeling well enough to work, so she went home for that day. I asked if Stephanie was aware it had wheat in it, and Carla didn't know. About 1:38, Crystal, which was one of the other text the pharmacist let her know that both Audie and Valerie, Ms. Beltran is here today, who were still at work, were also high. At that point, she had a conversation with Valerie first. She admitted she'd eaten wheat brownie around 9 o'clock and told me that she felt intoxicated earlier. She asked her to go home for the day, and she agreed shortly. She had a similar conversation with Audie. Audie admitted to eating meat brownie, and she asked her to leave. And they spoke with the pharmacist in charge the next morning.
And for just a clarification with these names, would Audie be Aurelia Galloway's, who's also?
Yes, and she has surrendered her. We said surrender to all 3 technicians, and Aurelia has surrendered hers.
And Stephanie reference, would that be Stephanie Berganza?
She's scheduled for a hearing this morning, and she did not show up.
Okay, so it was 3 techs who ate the marijuana lace brownies, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it appears from this, am I correct, that Ms. Beltran, even after eating that, continued to work despite saying she felt intoxicated?
That's correct.
And there's at the end of the summation, there's some kind of summary of their actually tell the board.
Yeah, it says that Audie stumbled and almost fell twice during this time. Valerie's eyes were glazed over, and I checked 3 prescriptions input by Valerie in a row that had errors with them before I knew she was high or.
In Exhibit A, that's the statement from the owner of Community Pharmacy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Who is that?
That's Victoria Hennessy.
And there's some text messages contained in Exhibit A, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the board who these text messages are from, who's involved with them?
The text messages are between Stephanie Berganza and the other technicians. Crystal, and also there's a roster under number 9, and it's Carla.
What's discussed in those text messages?
There's some discussion between the 2 that somebody says that my body is numb. Stephanie says, are they normal or not? Carla says, who's normal? Stephanie says, they're not normal. Then they go on down and says, Stephanie Berganza says, why? Carla says, because none of them are working. Then Carla says, who's going to work now? Stephanie joked that she didn't get paid. There's a comment about going to Colorado. And down further in the page, Stephanie says, check on Audie, she was not okay. Carla says, what? Stephanie says she was mumbling on the phone and to me, and she sounded weird. Carla said she's in the break room with Lee and she's going to confess. Stephanie said no. Stephanie then said, guys, please go check on them. Carla said, who's them? Stephanie said, he did. She said, who else is high? Oh yeah, who's them? Val. And then Stephanie says, I can't go home with Audie tonight. I'm going to make it home. Carla says, I thought you were home. She said, Stephanie said, I am home. Carla said, stay home. She said, my body is numb. And then it proceeds down. Stephanie makes a comment that she did fire us and she's taking our licenses. Then on the next page, there's some more from Carla back and forth. And at one point it says, I walked into the break room and Val told me it was hitting her. They're all high.
That's around 1:45 today.
Yes.
Anything else about these things we want the board to be aware of?
No, sir.
And there are 2 charges in the order of notice of hearing. Let's look at go to 3, correct the order notice, correct the typo about the name of the respondent. You tell the board why C1 and C2 should be proven true.
If proven true, the allegations described in paragraphs A3 through A6 demonstrate the respondent is ineligible to hold an Arkansas pharmacy technician permit from pursuant to Arkansas State's annotated code 1792 through 11. Controlled substances are illegal to be consumed without prescription. Marijuana is not a medication that is illegal to be consumed, and it's not illegal, even if you have a medical marijuana card, it's not legal to be consumed if you are working in a safety conscious position. So even if they had marijuana cards, they could not legally consume this and then practicing intoxicated. Charge 2, respondents' actions while at work in community pharmacy as listed in A3 through A5 is a violation of board regulations 03-000-004 as unprofessional or dishonorable conduct that is demonstrated by fraud or dishonesty, whether or not said conduct involves the practice of pharmacy, prohibiting licensure under Arkansas Act Code 1792-101, 1792-311-7. Ingesting a controlled substance while at work and working and handling people's medications while you're intoxicated is a violation. It's unprofessional, it's dishonorable conduct.
That's the list.
You have any cross-examination of this witness? More, have any questions for this witness?
Just clarification, did she know or suspect, either one, that the brownie that she was eating had marijuana?
She said she did not, and I do believe the only evidence that might say she did is the text messages back and forth that said nobody was upset because they brought brownies with marijuana into the pharmacy. And that was a conversation that went back and forth between all the texts. But if you practice, I mean, she said she felt intoxicated at 9 o'clock. She failed to tell the pharmacist anything about that and continued to work and make prescription errors while she was working.
And she, I know this may have came in her statement, I'm getting confused now. She supposed when she found out, she went to spit it up and it already swallowed some, so at that, early on, she knew
that she had ingested marijuana.
So I'm a little confused on that as well. Is she saying she didn't know she did it before she did it and then she figured it out, or are we thinking? Dr. McCready? I'm
sorry, ask your question.
Is she saying that she wasn't aware that she took this before she took it, or she knowingly took this?
I don't know if we've had any testimony that she wasn't aware. She did make some statements about that.
Okay, I'm just wondering where that came from. I hadn't read anything like that. Okay.
Are there any other questions from the board? I see there are no questions.
No, pass the witness view.
Do you have any other recross for this witness? The witness is saying that.
Rest at this time, do the record
This is your opportunity to present your side of the case.
Do I explain from the beginning?
It's however you want to present the case.
Okay. I just want to start by saying I'm sorry again. When she did mention it, I had taken my bite already. I proceeded to go to the restroom, spit it out, and wash my mouth. Went back to work. I started drinking water, and I knew something wasn't okay. I am responsible because I stayed there and I should have told something, and I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of that, and I don't understand why I stayed and I'm still there. I did mention it to one of my technicians that I started to feel weird because of the weed in the brownies. But I have never done it at work. I never once have put myself in that position to harm anybody or my patients. It's not who I am. I have always tried to provide the best care for our patients. I had a very close connection with Victoria, which is our boss. I had a very close connection with Valeria, which is who brought them to work. I trusted her. She was one of my closest friends. And unfortunately, trust isn't everything that you can give someone. And I apologize for that. That's all I can say.
Just a couple of questions. So I just want to get a couple of things straight. Ms. Beltran, so your testimony is you were working with your friends and they gave you a graphic, correct?
I was at doing the order, I was finishing the order, and other than came in like around, I would say 9:30, 10 maybe. And she pulled out the bag, I saw them, and then Stephanie took a pretty big bite, so I was like, there's no way. And then I took the bite, and then I felt the brownie itself, it just wasn't right. So that's when I proceeded to go to the restroom and then spit it out.
You thought that when you said Stephanie took a bite, you said there's no way. What made you think there was no way?
Because Aurelia had never put us in that position. Aurelia had been working there for so many years, and it was like lack of trust, and that's I'm fully responsible for that.
So did you have suspicion that there was a substance in the brownie?
Yes, I can say I did, but I just didn't. It never crossed my mind. We're like, okay, if there is in that brownie.
You thought there might be,
Yes.
and you took a bite of it anyway.
Yes, we did.
And then you said you realized what it was. You spat it out.
Yes.
But you continued to work. Was it correct that you told Dr. Howard later that day you felt intoxicated for the first portion of the time?
I didn't use the word intoxicated. I just told her that I felt weird and felt something was off. I wasn't in the conditions that my coworkers were because I proceeded. I had taken some bite of it, already had swallowed some of it, but the rest I went to the restroom. It was a lot more than what I had swallowed. But I did take some, I had ingested some of it.
And it made you feel weird that you're
Yes.
off kilter, not normal,
Not correct.
and you continue to work anyway. All right. All the questions that I have.
I have a question. Yeah. So, and you may have said this, but I'm just trying to clarify. So were y'all all sitting in the break room before work?
No, ma'am.
Well, explain to me how all this occurred. You didn't just see a brownie and say no way. So what all occurred?
So I got there, I was doing the order. Stephanie comes in around, I think the shift starts at 7. I was doing the order, Audie came, Stephanie was helping me put the order. And that's when she pulled it out. Stephanie took a big bite, and then I was like, okay, I didn't really think much of it, but that's what occurred. We were by it was near our pharmacist. There was a pharmacist nearby. We were right next to the fill station. It was in the break room. It was outside. It was in the pharmacy.
But did she tell you what was in it or what? I mean, what was the no way? What do you mean?
Because after Stephanie took the bite, she was like, there's some fun stuff, or I don't remember exactly what she said, but I do remember that I acknowledged there could possibly be, and I didn't believe her, and that's why I went to the restroom and spit it out when I realized that there was. Stephanie had never done it before, so I was like, there's no way I can put her in that position and put myself in that position, and that was again my lack of trust. I trusted her too much, and I'm fully responsible for that.
I thought I heard you say earlier that you've never done anything like this at work. Often you use recreational marijuana outside of work.
I've been diagnosed with anxiety, so I typically use it to help me sleep. I've tried different medications to go to sleep. I've talked to my therapist about it, but I have never done it at work.
You have medical marijuana?
That's it.
Any questions for this witness?
Or have you ever come to work in there, you partake of marijuana for anxiety, and sleep? Have you ever felt hungover in the morning when you get to work?
No, ma'am.
How often are you doing it?
It's very rare, maybe 2 to 3 times a month. It just just really depends. It used to be more often, maybe like 4 times a month when I was going through a hard time, but it was never, I had never gone to work and I had never felt weird. I had never felt like I couldn't be my 100% potential self at the pharmacy, not once. No, it never happened.
Okay, but you know, you're not supposed to be doing intoxicating things.
I'm sorry,
Okay, you're not supposed to be doing anything to intoxicate yourself if you're working.
correct.
Are you a citizen of Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know that in Arkansas, the only use for medical marijuana, or for marijuana is medical.
Yes, sir.
You do not have a medical card, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so therefore we're Schedule 1 and illicit substance.
Any other questions? Is there no other questions? Ready more?
We're still on.
Are we on the rest of the last question for witness? Okay. Do you have anything further based on the board's questions?
I have a letter from one of the pharmacists that I used to work with, just to kind of represent to you who I was at the pharmacy, and I was never intoxicated. I was never in bad behavior. I have that provided.
Okay. Would you like to make that and send it to the record?
Yes.
Council, any objection?
I'm not seeing it, I have no objection. I think it's-
Let's let council see it and then let's get whether you have any objections, haven't seen it.
Okay.
We made a response to exhibit 1 and distributed to the board. Is there any recalls as a result? Questions? Give just a second for this exhibit to be received and then distributed to the board.
I would like to say to the board's decision today, I appreciate your care and your honesty.
True.
This exhibit come back. Are there any questions by the board? Any questions? I see that there are no further questions. Do you have any other witnesses or anything else you present?
Yes, I have some text messages with Victoria, the owner of the pharmacy. We met up after I was fired from it to talk about what had happened, and I would like to provide those messages to the board as well.
Okay. Is there, let's get all these exhibits, anything you'd like to provide to the board together, like at one time here, so we're not doing this piecemeal. Council, anything? please provide a copy of these to council and see if there's any objections or there's beyond the text messages or anything else on the board.
No objection to these being then.
It's a new minute as respondents exhibit 2. While these are being copied, just state the kind of substance of what the messages are.
Yes, so after I was fired from the pharmacy, Victoria reached out to me about a month after she went to talk, and we went to Starbucks to kind of talk about what had happened. Like I said, her and I were very close. She encouraged me to fight for my license. She said she would provide a letter for me if I needed it. I asked her for it, and she unfortunately didn't answer. She did tell me that she was going to send a statement, but I want to prove these messages so you can see that she would prove me after, because she knew my voice. It was never my intention to do this to her pharmacy or to our patients, and it's not our representation of that character.
I might have some based on, well, it's just the exhibits are being copied, I'd like to see. So,
Order, you still have it.
I think they're all, okay, it's 3 pages.
3 pages.
I have no questions based on this.
Dr. Kraus, is this new information they're passing out, or?
What we're getting right now are some text messages.
But I understand these are after the fact.
Dr. Mack, these are being provided to you right now.
I think chronologically, they're not in the right order, but the messages are dates now.
14. Do you have any questions for this witness as a result of these messages? So everyone check their things now. At this time, for the rest of the case. Council close the room.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, we have Ms. Beltran, who while coming here with a very, as previously been stated, candid and open statement and testimony, she nevertheless admitted that she took a bite of brownie, that she had a sneaking suspicion had marijuana in it, even after seeing someone else take a bite of it, she did so. Even though she says she spit most of it out, she was still affected by it enough that it evidently affected her work. If you look at Dr. Halloran's statement, that her work that day suffered. She admits she felt, in her words, weird, intoxicated, whatever it was, this had some effect on her, and she continued to work that day. I think the allegations of fact and charges have been proven, and I asked the board to make findings of fact, including the law, and then sanction Ms. Beltran however you see fit. Thank you.
Ms. Beltran, do you have a closing argument? At this time, we'll go off the record for the board's recess for deliberation, decision regarding finding of fact, conclusions of the law, and or any penalties to be handed down once the board reaches decision. We'll go back on the record.
All right. I concur with what council said. The only thing I would add is that she acknowledged and admitted to using marijuana recreationally 3 or 4 times a month, in addition to before this happened.
I don't disagree with
I mean, we got the vets here, but then also, there's a thing called forgiveness. One thing that we all are guilty of is, I would say breaking speed limits. She made a mistake, she made a big mistake. But, in my heart, I want to find room to forgive her. And, let her practice honesty, that she must know that she cannot ever do anything like this again.
We have much to add. I agree this morning because she's well spoken. All the time. Be an asset. Sure.
No more accepting would be marijuana than we would be doing like cocaine, meth, taking a drink of alcohol. I don't know why this is different, other than it's becoming socially acceptable, but even then, we wouldn't accept somebody taking a drink of alcohol in the pharmacy and then continuing to work once they became inebriates.
You have anything to add? Is there a motion, bud? Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie. Is there anything you want to add? Forget to look up there.
Well, I am having a very hard time right now determining exactly what y'all just discussed. So maybe you can tell me. I can hear you very well.
So, the majority of the board that spoke is in agreement with prosecution, if you will. there is some wish that there would be something else that we could do to help her, but as of right now, it's just a tough incident. So I don't know if you have anything you want to add or a perspective or a light that you can shine.
No, I mean, going to work and doing that is just as unacceptable as you can get. So, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I mean, it's unfortunate and she's sorry and we're happy about that, but it's just, we are trying to protect the public.
So is there any motion available? I think that's just asking for a permit, no?
Just sticks with me, we set a precedent on, it's not pretend, it's okay to say it worked, and have to leave that, so whether she knew it was in there or not. That's where.
Well, I can add. Oh, of the 3 that were caught or whatever, you know, she did come before the board and own up to what she did, after that removes what she did, but yeah, there's respect to be had there. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, consequences happen, so irrespective of how divorce we.
Well, is there a motion? Amendment one?
What is it gonna be?
I wish there would be a process backward, because, I mean, people have done some, I've been.
Much more rigorous.
Yes, I've been sitting for 31 years, and, people have done much worse.
My understanding from previous hearings is that if a permit is revoked, the applicant has has an opportunity to reapply, but it would have to come back in front of the board again. Like staff would not automatically approve, she would have to come back in front of this board and explain to us why she learned her lesson and had the right time.
Well, in about a month, we're gonna be faced with voting on an issue regarding making marijuana recreational in Arkansas. If we're already dealing with problems of marijuana and healthcare workers using it now, what do you think is gonna happen? This board is taking a slippery slope. If we look this in the face and say, oh, it's okay, then we might as well expect a daily. Every time that it comes up, be consistent. I'll withhold making a motion, someone else can make it, but.
We can't vote for the motion, so.
One of the big opportunities is she does use marijuana outside of work, so that wouldn't have been acceptable either. Now, I mean, I realize things may change, as Dr. Richmond said, but right now it's not.
Well, I mean, will they change even if it passes? As a licensing board, I don't know that necessarily changes our responsibility.
Probably doesn't. It'll just come before us a lot more.
But we're just gonna be look back and say, well, you made an exception there, and it was illegal then, but now if it were to pass, and I'm just giving that as an example. I'm just saying regardless, whatever it is we do, if we say this is okay, then we are on the slippery slope for every single case like this.
And I think the hard line is impairment at work. That's a non-starter.
I'm not telling somebody you still stay.
Discussion for another time, but I think it's also kind of. What about positive growth? You don't have to be impaired at work to have positive growth. That too.
Mr. Simpson, you got anything to add? Sorry.
No, you're fine.
All the rest of it.
I don't think we can.
I don't know.
We need to. Come back and reapply some. Some appropriate time period afterwards. I just don't think. Know that there were 3 dead errors before. The pharmacist called. Having a program or having.
So, the next motion to revoke the Shannon's pharmacy tech license. We are going to find you.
I don't think this keeps driving the profession necessarily forever. If she hasn't had this, if she's been using recreationally, she has to do some self-reflection. So I realize that. Which philosophy that's not necessarily okay.
We're all changes or not, so.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but this is the process then. She messed up. She messed up big time. Okay, when she did, she worked, ingested, working there. And then also, the mistakes that were made. So today, looking at the evidence that we do have today, we don't have to revoke. We don't have any choice. It is up to her to come back and ask and tell us what she's done with her life in between. So let me, since I'm the one started this, let me go ahead and make that motion. Because of these reasons, the ingestion of Schedule 1 drug at work, working while impaired, and then making 3 drug errors. For those reasons, we have to revoke her license.
We have a motion to revoke the Shannon's tech license.
We're not.
Oh, we're not, we need to go over.
Oh, I got to repeat that.
You did it.
In a matter of, let me get back to the top here.
So we're back on the record.
Yes, sir, just a second. Let me get back to the top, I'm sorry. Okay, in the matter of Valeria Beltran, PT number 12247, case number 2022-070. We find that the allegations A1 through A7 are true, and charges C1 and C2 approved. And our findings are that we will revoke her license based on the reasons of ingesting Schedule 1 controlled drug while at work, working impaired, and making 3 drug errors while being impaired, and then the license be revoked.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, second. Anybody have any other discussion on this? All in favor? Please raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Please raise your hand.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Board's counsel, can you please reduce the board's decision to writing and make our attempt service upon all parties? If the respondent appears to appeal the decision, the appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Administrative Procedures Act found in Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 et sec. If there are no other questions or comments, the hearing is concluded and the record is closed in this matter.
Okay, you have the ability, if you want to go pharmacy technician, you can straighten your life out, become a pharmacy technician. Your other options are, you're a very articulate, smart young lady. Why don't you go to school and pursue a 4-year degree, with your college degree, and the world is open to you to do whatever you want to do. But the path you're on right now, it's not a good one. You have to cut this stuff out. It's like, it's thank you. Yeah, you need to still read it.
Right?
Yeah. we all- Where did we get?
Thank you.
But yes, I will be back, but I'm getting out of the way so y'all can comments. I don't think you're recording. No,
You're good until.
And my law clerk is here.
All right.
I'll just set this stuff back here.
I believe it is, you'll see there's only 2 pages that have these changes. Dr. Krause, I believe I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, we would like to bring this hearing to order. Is
120.
Huh?
It's a public hearing.
Yeah.
For the purposes of a proposed rule change in front of the Board of Pharmacy.
Okay.
It is Wednesday, October 19th. It's actually 1:20. We said we'd start at 1 o'clock and that all public comments would be over whenever we close this part of the hearing. We'll turn it back over to the board members for any potential discussion or vote. What we've got
The
before.
record show all of us are present.
Yes, all the board members are present. This is on Rule 7, drug products prescriptions. As you guys have seen, as we've had posted on our website for, I believe, about 35 or 38 days, was the Secretary of State's office. Proposed rule change to update language to allow pharmacists in Class A pharmacies or FDA registered and Arkansas permitted 503B outsourcing facilities to compound office use products for veterinarians as allowed under some of the new FDA guidance the board has discussed in a couple of meetings. You will see in your packet, it is page 18 and 19 of the actual rules.
Are you sending me that packet?
It should already be in your packet, or Debbie, it's also on the front page of the board website. You see it? I see your mouth moving, but you're muted on us again.
Of course. It took me to the public notice page, I believe, so just,
And it's
I'll look
posted
up the
there.
PDF.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we've had open time period for public comments. We do have a couple of comments. Generally go with comments for, then if there are any comments against. First of all, you will see in your packet from the Arkansas Veterinary Medical Association, there's a letter there. We actually have Dr. Jenkins and Mr. Baker also with us here this morning if they want to add any verbal comments. I would say thank you to them. This is a process we've been working with them for quite some time, veterinarians in the state of Arkansas, to open this up, since currently what the board has interpreted towards the staff is after we've had outpatient facilities, they could do office stock for veterinarians, but there's never been any allowance for veterinarians to dispense those prepared and compounded products. We're trying to actually help open up that practice for Arkansas. They've got that. Did you guys want to say any other comments? Come on up, and I'll, if you'll tell us who you are for the record, because it'll be recorded also, right there.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Paul Jenkins. I'm a veterinarian. I practice in Bologna, and we are helped kind of start this process almost a year ago now, and have appreciated the conversations that we got to have with John and with the board alike. And we're very much in favor of being able to dispense compounded medications to help our patients, which can vary and can be very unique with the number of variety of species that we have to treat. And that was our goal all along, is to be able to practice better and have the opportunity to dispense those compounded medications that we need. There was never any benefit for us financially to do this. It also along the way helped us become more educated on the different type of pharmacies that provide these compounds and how they need to be compliant with the state of Arkansas. And once again, I just appreciate the opportunity that we've had to work on this, for y'all looking at it, and getting to work with you along the way. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Could you comment on the appropriateness of the 7-day limitation?
The appropriate.
The 7-day limitation?
Yeah. So we looked at that originally to at least have 5 days, because most of our veterinary clinics are not going to have a pharmacy on site like what a large human hospital is, especially in an emergency setting. And the reason we needed at least 5 days was because holidays, weekends, after hours, and appreciate that 7 was looked at. So that was the main reason.
That turnaround time. Talk about.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, most, at best, we're gonna have to wait 24 to 48 hours to get any medication ordered from the distributor and received in. And that's on a normal week schedule, you know, not even allowing for a holiday or a weekend. So 5 days gives us that opportunity to be able to treat a patient, and then if we're gonna move forward with that compounded medication, get a prescription directly for them.
Do you think that having any limitation is appropriate?
Absolutely, I do.
Could you
Yeah.
explain why?
So, you know, I think that our overall goal needs to be, if this is a medication that this animal is going to be on, then it needs to have its own unique label, date, refills, etc. And I think it keeps our practice in check too, that we're not using compound medications at will with no control.
I know we've been talking about this for a while, so so I'm assuming, John, that since they can get it from a Class A or an FDA outsourced medical B, that we're talking about both non-sterile, when I say non-sterile,
Yes.
not API sterile, but they can get non-sterile or sterile products that are not commercially made.
Or that are not available in the strengths for those animals. So we use both pieces of that language so that, it would be a pharmacy that's been inspected by the board or an outsourcer, which would include an FDA inspection. And with that pharmacy can do whatever its scope is, working with the veterinarian off of the approved list or other commercial products that are available to be used as a base to make a customized strength for an animal. The ones that are for bulk have a very short list right now from FDA of what they would allow for bulk ingredient compounding. And we've discussed that our veterinarian partners have to drive the bus with FDA for adding more drugs to that. And initially there was nothing else under consideration on the FDA list, but it has grown, and we do have veterinary folks really helping to push that to add other needed products to it.
Yeah, I also remember, if I remember correctly, I think Dr. Jenkins had kind of explained how they can treat animals that weigh between, very, very
grams
small up to, a ton, whatever.
If I could inject on that point, we're not talking about food animals, we're talking about companion animals. And that may include fish, if somebody has a gerbil. My sister had a silky for years that she probably spent $30,000 on trying to keep it healthy. And, you have to take that into consideration. They also have a very large one.
Yeah.
Horse, the companion animal.
It's interesting. I've been here a long time, and we went from no veterinary compounding, or wide open veterinary compounding, to compounding not really allowed from bulk except for emergency issues, to allowing veterinary office stock compounding and getting that reeled back in, as well as human, office stock compounding, all getting reeled back in federally with great caution and oversight by the FDA. I know you guys probably assume we have another letter that doesn't necessarily like referring to the FDA, but it's the FDA opening a loophole in their rules. So you can't just say just their regulations or just their guidance. It has to be kind of hand in hand of, this is why we're opening this door, to allow this without trying to create a massive federal state conflict to make this a part.
So Dr. Jenkins is going to determine what he needs to stock in his practice as well. Just like in every other veterinarian, is going to make that determination based on what they know they're going to do.
Yeah.
And they're going to have, they're going to probably be looking at some pretty short expiration dates that they have.
And that's the other part with, I think, 7 days is the veterinarians we've dealt with in Arkansas, they're looking for, this is a gap between when I'm seeing this patient and they need to start this therapy until we can punt them to the customized pharmacy needs that they need longer term, if that's an option. I think there's some states that want to just be able to compound and have a whole compounded pharmacy in a veterinarian's office and be able to dispense from it nonstop, month after month for patients. And we're just simply not hearing that from our veterinary partners in this state.
Yeah, I would agree. Our goal is not to be a pharmacy, but to be a stopgap, if you will, to be able to start.
So you have to worry about labeling requirements for these.
He has to label. Yeah, our veterinary office, from my own experience, having seen some of this, they generally do a very good job of, having, even a compounded label and adding a secondary label with specific instructions that are patient specific. But this language would allow the pharmacy to compound that and not have the part of office use only, meaning it's not legal to further dispense it, which is a current requirement, even for private review.
Related to the day supply, in the letter that we talked about, larger bulk bottles that would constitute more than a day supply. I know in our emergency regulations where pharmacists could dispense a 30-day emergency supply for chronic use drugs, we also added or a unit of use. Could we add a unit of use?
We could add that, but it's long been assumed that unit of use is unit of use. We've never had a case in Arkansas that, same with emergency dispensing, that, oh, you can only give a 3-day supply. So it's not like you could take 3 puffs of albuterol, 3 days of eye drops, or 3 shots of insulin and hand it to somebody. So whether you want it in there or not, it's always been inferred. Any other questions for Dr. Jenkins, Mr. Baker?
No, it looks like ABMA supports it.
They helped us write it.
Yeah.
Will we have a request from, I guess, Wedgewood?
Well, we usually go in order of, if we're done with them, we'll call.
Well, I was gonna ask Dr.
Oh.
Jenkins what he thinks about this request.
I know you guys should hopefully got a chance to read it.
It's basically is to extend it to at least 4 days instead of 7.
I don't have a problem with that. It obviously doesn't put any limitations on it for it to be longer, but I don't personally want to have to use them.
Do you see any risk associated with that change?
No. It's other than watching expiration dates.
That was the issue we had previously with aqueous-based, non-sterile, having a 14-day limitation. Because I mean, we'll have instances where you want to treat for 7 days, but you have a product that's good for 5. So you'll end up having to say, this will get you by your 5 days, and we're going to help you source, more to get after that.
I kind of think that 7 days to me is more in line with the reason, one of the main reasons we say we needed this, which was emergency use. And if you look at how we treat that clause in our board regulations, you can correct me if I'm
For
wrong.
hospitals,
For hospitals, this is longer than hospitals can do as far as 7 days.
It's 3 days versus 7. Realizing, and that's part of the discussion we had even behind the scenes with this is not something they can go to any pharmacy and get tomorrow. So it may take 3 to 5 days to get. And I would add, I think Dr. Jenkins has been doing some of this as well. This is something that traditionally pharmacies in Arkansas have not pursued because they've read our rules and try to follow it. But I think that it will open up some relationship building between local pharmacies and their local veterinary clinics, not only to help them with this supply, but also to be prepared when they have those specialized needs.
I would imagine you're probably subject to Murphy's Law like we are on the pharmacy side, where it always seems like it's a 3 or 4 day weekend. All the time.
That's right.
So
that's why we didn't say 5 days.
So I can see where the 7 days. I do think it needs to be. I haven't had a chance to look at that. I'm just saying, I think 7 days is sufficient based on reasons.
More than likely, the product's going to be for 14 days.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I was thinking
Minimum.
is, well, medium risk and sterile is 9 days. Of course, 797 is coming out again, so we'll see what it says then. But there are supply chain challenges in the pharmacy. That's a real big thing, right? Like, they need an ingredient active or inactive that they don't have on hand. But sometimes they can't necessarily get it. They're not really like Amazon, or there's no Amazon Prime.
But they can dispense a second prescription or a third
That's what I was
prescription.
thinking of, right?
I think at one point we had a discussion of, most of the time you try to tell people to bring their child back or their animal back if it's not better in X amount of days.
Yeah.
And we did have a discussion at one point, I think it was with you guys, that, at 7 days, is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Do we need to reevaluate? And that's a whole other thing to keep the prescriber in the loop.
So just to make sure we're all on the same page, where are we being asked to?
They're supporting our rule change, I believe, as written. They're speaking in favor.
Absolutely.
Dr. Curley, could I ask you to explain something to me? The last several words in the change says, and the supply does not exceed 7 days. Do you need supply being enough, it's dispensed to the patient? For
Yes.
the animal,
Yes.
not the supply that's on hand in the vet?
Oh, no, not at all. Not the supply the veterinarian that holds in stock. And, you know, 3 different veterinarians will have completely different needs for what they think they are going to have to have. Any other questions for these guys?